Presented by the Radical Dreamers, originally made in 1996. It all began with a notebook my mother handed me. She told me she found it while cleaning out the closet. Now that notebook looks familiar from Chrono Cross, doesn't it? This old notebook, covered with mold, was a diary that belonged to my grandfather, who passed away years ago. It contained distant memories. I wonder if you still remember how we first met and our many adventures. It all seemed like a dream. We ran like the wind during those warm summer days long ago. You were a piece of a star that fell from the sky. I can still relive the memories of those days long past, just by closing my eyes like so and whispering your name into the desolate night. Kid. Kid. Zoom into the book. And enjoy this ominous-looking tower. Kid. Hey, Kid, which kinda does look like Viper Manor, now that I think about it. To be fair, that's what that's supposed to be. That is supposed to be Viper Manor. Are you ready, Kid? I know you're anxious, but stay on your toes.
Yeah, likewise, mate. You mess up, and I'm leaving you behind. Got that, Surge? Come on, Maggle, let's go. That bastard Lynx is gonna get what he deserves. Say your prayers, not that'll do you any good.
The classic line. Yeah, but the line we've heard so many times going through Chrono Cross. And a shooting star to mark their infiltration. Radical Dreamers, let Tresor entered it? I can't. It's French. Something French. Here are the controls. Here's the controls if I was using a keyboard. And we're just going to keep the main character as Surge. I do not need an auto text to go, however. Oh, ladies, tip-off was right on the money. The counter spell on the barrier round the outer walls could have done a real number on us. Kid's plain, unordained braid flicked back and forth across her shoulders as she walked. We picked our way through the elaborate lattice of the manor's shields, moving in closer and closer to Lord Lynx's stronghold. There were 3 of us, Kid, Maggle, and me. Sorry for all that movement. I guess it must have been 3 years already since I first met Kid. Back then, I was just a wandering musician, traveling wherever my feet would take me, and wherever a few tunes would pay for a warm bed. It was in the Outlands, in a town called Rigoria, where we first ran across one another, and since then, she's dragged me along on a whole bunch of adventures, and misadventures too. Ah, Kid. She was a thief. And not just any thief. Just a few months shy of 17, and already renowned as one of the realm's greatest. What's more, she was achingly beautiful, stylish, a joy to be around, and a dab hand at campsite cooking, or so she liked to claim. The truth was a little different. Those bandits with hearts of gold you've heard about in stories, the ones who steal from the rich and give to the poor, yeah, that wasn't Kid's style. She was short-tempered, prone to lying, bossy, and obsessed with money, and rarely did she care to listen to a single word anyone said to her. But she wasn't all bad. Probably. Maybe. sometimes. She had her moments anyway. I glanced over my shoulder to see a shadow hovering behind us, blending into the darkness like smoke. Maggle, also known as Maggle the Shade. He was Kid's partner, but even after 3 years, I still hardly knew anything about him. All I knew was that he was around 30 years old and not much of a talker, but he was one heck of a mage. I heard that he and Kid had started working together way before I met her. He always covered the top half of his face with a mask, and I'd never seen what he looked like underneath. He was a man so mysterious that it sometimes seemed like he was an interloper from another world. It wasn't like Kid was exactly big on details about her past, but Maggle? He might as well not have had one. And Kid didn't seem to know much about her partner in crime either. What kind of man he was, what kind of life he'd lived before, nothing. You might ask how exactly I wound up being part of this merry band. Well, it's complicated. I guess you could say life doesn't always turn out the way you think it will. Kid, who was heading up our little raiding party, suddenly stopped dead.
Look lively, boys. We got company.
We glanced around warily as cold, cruel eyes emerged from the darkness. I heard a low growl. Dark shadows prowled through the night, surrounding us. We're going to get attacked by all the cats that we sent out at people, aren't we? A pack of wildcats. There must have been about 10 of them. A thrill of fear ran down my spine. Flustered, I pulled my knife from my belt. Kid calmly shifted into a fighting stance.
Watch yourselves. I don't reckon these buggers have been treated for rabies.
The wildcats snarled and growled as they closed in on us, drawing the noose tighter and tighter. Their eyes glinted in the darkness like fireflies, and strings of eager spittle dropped wetly to the ground. Then one of them sent an alarming and almighty roar, soaring to the moon, and the hunt was on. What was I going to do? I attacked. I tried to use magic. I defended myself. I ran. Congrats! Think fast! Kid dived into the thick of things, into the thick of the pack of wildcats, and gave the largest of their numbers an almighty kick in the chops. So yeah, you do have combat decisions to do in here. Well, not just combat decisions, but it is a text-based adventure. You will have decisions, but if you are too slow, the game will just go on without you. The startled beast gave a yelp as it was sent flying. I turned to my right to see a nearby wildcat was charging towards me, its head lowered menacingly. Panicked, I tried to make a last-second dodge, but I wasn't quite fast enough. Its claws scraped against my side as it rushed past me. I winced in pain for a moment, then turned to face my foe and readied myself. I struck at it wildly. I slashed at a nearby wildcat with my knife. The beast tried to leap clear, but I was already too close. I felt the blade make contact and was rewarded with a screech of pain. The wildcat jumped away, this time managing to put some space between us. It looked like I hadn't cut it very deeply. I stood my ground, changing my grip on the knife and waiting for another chance to attack.
Surge! Behind you!
Panicked by Kid's warning, I whirled wildly around and came face to face with a pair of eyeballs blazing like hellfire. I defended myself. There wasn't time to do anything but try to protect myself. In a moment of sheer desperation, I crossed my arms to guard my face. Instantly, I felt the wildcat's fangs sinking to my exposed wrist. It had thrown itself bodily, at me, bowling me over backwards. Ugh! My arms still in its powerful jaws, the wildcat pinned me to the ground and shook its head. I tried desperately to free myself, but it was clamped onto me like a bear trap. There was no way of getting loose. The sound of fang on bone was sickening. But just then, the creature recoiled with a screech. Kid had buried her knife deep into its gut. She quickly capitalized on its terror by giving it an almighty kick. Free of the wildcat, I staggered to my feet, holding the throbbing wound on my arm. I was breathing heavily. The handle of my knife was slick with sweat, and I tightened my grip. With a kick like a bolt of lightning, Kid landed a clean hit on the flank of a nearby wildcat. It staggered before losing its footing, letting out a pathetic cry, but Kid had already moved in and finished it off. And then the roar of fire, the burning smell filled my nostrils, and next to me, a shrill screech pierced the air. Maggle's fire spell engulfed the head of a nearby wildcat. It fled, darting off into the darkness like an arrow. I scanned the area. Only moments ago, we had been surrounded, but now there wasn't a single wildcat left. Kid and Maggle had either sent the rest off with their tails between their legs, or paid them, or put paid to them once and for all. That is not a phrase I think I've ever heard before.
Ha! You're dreaming if you think a pack of flea-bitten muggies is gonna stop us, Lynx.
Kid crossed her arms and flashed a triumphant grin. Meanwhile, I was panting heavily, and it felt like my legs were about to give out from under me. I collapsed to my knees, overwhelmed by what I'd just been through. Ooh. I'd taken a few hits, but I was fine otherwise. A couple of scars to talk about later, maybe, but nothing that would stop me carrying on. Are you hurt? Maggle looked down at me, his face expressionless as ever.
No worries, Mag. No worries, Mag. He'll be alright, said Kid, barging in to get a better look at me. He may be a winging sook, but it'll take more than a few scratches to kill this one.
She was nothing if not sympathetic. But she was right. This was no time to be bemoaning my lot. We hadn't even reached the manor yet. I dabbed at my wounds with a tincture-soaked cloth and wrapped them with bandages, then looked up at the other two. Sorry, I'm out. You'll have to carry on without me. No, we're just getting started. I grinned back, putting on a brave face on things.
That's what I like to hear,
Kid cheerily announced from close quarters. But then her eyes turned cold, like the cool glow of the moon in the night sky.
It's gonna be a long night.
I nodded, trying my hardest not to utterly lose myself in her pale blue eyes.
Alright, let's get this show back on the road.
She turned away and marched off deeper into the trees, without looking behind to see if me and Maggle were following her. Maggle, of course, was already right behind her, his unhurried gait making it seem as though nothing much had happened at all. I jumped back to my feet to chase after them. I'd be in for even more trouble than I bargained for if I got separated from them. The dark forest inside the manor's perimeter seemed to go on forever, a labyrinth of trees and boulders. The manor itself loomed in the distance, glowering over the vast grounds, and hidden within was a veritable mountain of treasure, just waiting for us. Lord Lynx was the noble who ruled the remote territory of Rigoria. He was also Kid's mortal enemy. So yeah, Rigoria, that's not an area I think we've seen in any of the Chrono games, so I'm not sure where that's actually supposed to be. We were there that night to steal a certain jewel he kept locked away in his most closely guarded vault, the Frozen Flame. The Frozen Flame was veiled in mystery. It was said to be imbued with an uncanny energy and possessed of a beauty and clarity that made it a priceless treasure. Countless thieves had tried to steal it, and not one of them had come close to succeeding. Nor had any of them escaped the manor alive. And now it was our turn to try and sneak into this place of death. Led by a girl who had the ambition to make the impossible possible, a hunger for vengeance that drove her onward and a desire for riches that could never be satisfied. As we passed on through the tree-filled darkness, the shadows gave way at last, revealing the true extent of the vast mansion. And there's only one moon. We don't have the double moon like we have in Chrono Cross.
Heh, finally, say your prayers, Lynx, 'cause we're coming for you.
Keeping to the overgrowth and the shadows of the trees, we made our way around the manor walls in search of a means of entry. And I need some water. Eventually, we came to a terrace overlooking the garden. There was no signs of any guards nearby. The only thing surrounding the manor was an uncanny stillness.
This will lead us right to the west wing. Just as well, we don't have any business in the rest of the manor.
That's Maggle. I wish I knew who it was beforehand. Oh well. That's going to be the problem I just have with this, because again, I'm basically sight reading this. Anyway, said Maggle, gazing up at the dark building towering over us in the night.
Alright then, what are we waiting for?
With that, Kid made to vault over the railing of the terrace. Stop! Magus hissed sharply. Remember what we're here for. Our main target is the vault and the frozen flame within it. We focus on this above all else. Your vengeance is a secondary concern. Agreed? Glancing over her shoulder, Kid replied with a reluctant,
Yeah, don't get your knickers in a twist. But if we happen to run into him, I'm gonna knock that Drago's block off, and neither you or anybody else is gonna stop me.
I guess Kid was going to get her way whether we liked it or not.
Let's go, boys. The night is young.
She cleared the railing with a sprightly hop and vanished inside the manor. I glanced towards Maggle and nodded in silence. We followed Kid's lead and were soon inside Lord Lynx's lair. The darkness swallowed us whole. The corridor stretched off to the left and right from the terrace. It seemed equally dark and chilly in both directions. We decided to go left. We passed on through the darkness, down corridors that turned and twisted, snake-like, this way and that. Everything around us was still and silent, and it felt strangely like we were being watched. It was as if I can't read that because it's auto-advancing. We continued, creeping cautiously down the corridors. Kid moved proudly and stealthily like a cat stalking its prey, while in the shadows, Maggle followed, gliding swiftly and silently like a sister breeze. We continued on, and please stop auto-advancing text on me, game. Thank you. Rattle. Kid stopped us.
There's something there.
I listened carefully. Rattle, rattle, rattle. A figure appeared in the darkness on the other side of the corridor. It's a skeleton! We readied ourselves for a fight. What was I going to do? I assessed the situation. We squared off against the skeleton. It threw its sword it was carrying to the ground and took a step forward. Then it twisted its body into a strange pose.
Wait, is it doing what I think it is?
It proceeded to contort itself further, adopting a shape that could only be described as highly suggestive. For a moment, no one quite knew how to respond.
What the bloody hell?
What should we... Wait, Kid, look at Mag. Maggle seemed completely bewitched. There is no way he'd be any use to us in this state. What were we going to do? I'm going to attack.
Come on then!
I charged the skeleton. I took advantage in the opening created when it raised its sword and kicked as hard as I could in its lower spine. There's an almighty crack as the bone snapped and the skeleton fell in two. Split second later, Kid landed a massive blow on the top half. With its skull shattered, the skeleton immediately came to a halt.
Huh. Guess you can fight after all.
We had defeated the skeleton!
Kid turned her attention back to Maggle. Can't believe this drongo, though.
Thwack! She brought her fist down hard on his head.
Maybe this'll wake you up. Now, if we're done here, let's get a bloody move on.
What was I? Oh! Whew. It had taken a few knocks, but I'd taken a few knocks, but I was alright. Scraper 2 wouldn't stop me.
Maybe you ain't such a drago after all. Just goes to show any weirdo can make something of themselves if they put their mind to it.
Kid's eyes glinted with mischief. We took the corridor leading to the left-hand side of the terrace, eventually arriving at an intersection with some stairs. The path to the right led down the stairs. The path to the left was a dark side passage, and the main corridor continued onwards. Down the stairs, continue onwards, or I'm going to say, let's go into the side passage to the left. We headed down the side passage. At the end of it, we came to an old, immaculately polished door. We went inside. Kid gently pushed the door ajar and peeked into the room. The next thing I knew, she'd slipped inside. Maggle and I followed.
Looks like a study.
The room was lit by the moonlight coming in through the long, slender windows, slanting down in pale beams through the darkness.
Hey, we've got the infiltrating Viper Manor theme here.
It was pretty big for a study, with an immaculate antique desk dominating the center. There were rows of bookshelves lined with thick, dusty old tomes. The wall to the rear of the room was decorated with paintings and shelves of vases and painted plates stood before it. They all seemed to be curios from a foreign land. I'm going to say let's check the desk first. I went over to the desk and started searching the drawers. There, I found a neatly arranged set of pens, ink bottles, and other writing materials. Nothing of interest, in other words. Small portrait on the desk caught my eye. It was a picture of a young girl with a gentle smile on her lips. Who was she?
Ask the girl Link's adopted. And if you ask me, it wasn't because he was looking to help the needy, said Kid, peering over my shoulder. She wrinkled her nose in distaste. Not even a looker.
Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. It wasn't a loud knock, but in the bottomless silence of the night, it might as well have been a thunderclap. Kid and I stood bolt upright and turned towards it. Maggle, meanwhile, hid in the shadows, drifting away like smoke. I panicked. I whispered to Kid. Hide behind the door in the shadows. Quick, get behind the door! We kept our bodies low as we silently and swiftly made for the back of the door, where the shadows would keep us hidden. We pressed our backs to the wall and did our best to still our breathing. Slowly, the door opened. Flickering candlelight spread from the doorway with a warm glow. I held my breath. But it seemed that whoever it was didn't mean to come in. They simply stood there. Strange. I thought I heard something. But the Lord of the Manor is away, of course. Why would there be anyone in here? I have to get over my nerves. Everything was fine until we heard the news that Pore was on the move. So yeah, here's our first hint of Pore militarizing themselves, because that was not in Trigger at all. The figure quietly closed the door, plunging the room back into darkness. The voice trailed off to a whisper. We remained motionless, keeping our ears pricked for any sign of unwelcome return. All we heard were footsteps moving away. So, Pore's made its move. Maggle emerged from the shadows, contemplating the news we'd overheard. Kid, if the rumors are true, we might well be about to find ourselves in a very difficult situation. This seemed to set her thinking too. Horay was a powerful nation that ruled the southern continent. I'd heard it was a prosperous land whose recent and sudden development had pushed it far ahead of its neighbors, which made me wonder, what would its inhabitants want here, out in the sticks? They couldn't be after the Frozen Flame too, could they? As valuable as it might be, a jewel is just a jewel in the grand scheme of things. I couldn't imagine it being an item of national interest. I mean, ultimately, it was just a pretty rock, right?
Let them do what they want. If everyone's busy playing playing soldiers, they won't be bothering us. Come on, we got things to do.
She headed for the door. We left the room and made our way back down the side passage. We made our way back down the dark side passage, leading from the study. Eventually, we'd arrived back at the intersection. This time, we'll head down the stairs. Slowly, we crept down the staircase, descending deeper into blackness as we went. At the bottom, the path split. The way to the left continued to an atrium that resembled a sort of plaza, while the path to the right, a winding passage that trailed off into darkness. You know what? Let's go take a look at the atrium first. Kid poked her head through the arch-shaped door and took a look around.
Huh, it's big in here. Must be some kind of hall.
We took a cautious look around, then entered, one after another. The atrium was like a beautiful plaza, complete with a statue that doubled as a fountain. Pillars and arches lined the walls, and in the center was a small pool of clean water, above which the statue stood. On the other side of the room, I could see another arched entrance like the one we had come through.
Ah, that's cold.
Kid was scooping up water from the fountain. I went over to her, resting my hand on the edge of the marble basin. Peered into the pool below, or beneath. Shadows flickered under the water's surface. You reckon those fish are rare, as in valuable? Kid leaned right over the edge. I couldn't see the bottom. I wondered how deep it was. The shadow of one of the fish grew larger and larger. Whoa! Sensing danger, Kid leapt back from the edge. Clack! A fish leapt out from the water and snapped at her, its jaws bristling with razor-sharp teeth. Its mouth closed shut on the air where she'd been only moments before, and with a splash, the fish darted back under the water. Piranodons! Deadly carnivorous fish with razor-sharp teeth and powerful jaws that could snap a monster's horn in half. Staring in horror, I watched as dark shadows began to gather in what little of the pool I could make out. The piranodons must have detected prey. Soon the room was filled with the sound of splashing and snapping as the fish teemed at the water's surface.
Bloody hell!
Even Kid was uneasy. She took another step back. How many piranodons were in the pool? The thought of what would happen if they all leapt clear of the water and attacked at once crossed my mind. A bead of cold sweat rolled down my forehead. Suddenly, the water coming from the statue turned crimson and shot out in a powerful jet that nearly touched the ceiling. Kid jumped back again. I just stood in shock, watching the torrent of water erupting from the statue. The scarlet waters continued to gush from the fountain. The pool grew redder and started to overflow. We looked on, entranced, but the spell was soon broken when we realized that the water was starting to flow faster and faster over the rim of the basin. The piranodons began to jump and snap at the water's surface with a bloodthirsty glee. I was brought to my senses by the dull slapping sound of piranodons hitting the floor. We took too long to decide. A bolt of pain shot off my calf and I came close to fainting. I stood my ground as best I could, flicking away the piranodon that had bitten me. But soon, a horrible ring of shadows began to circle the water around me. I was surrounded. What was I going to do? Deal with the fish.
What? You want to try to pick this lot off one by one?
Kid glared back at me, her face a picture of exasperated disbelief.
Don't be a bloody idiot, Serge. You want to die here?
While I stood there, my mouth agape, a piranodon sank its teeth into my foot. A jolt of pain surged up my leg, making me jump. What was I going to do? Rush to the exit on the other side. That's right. Those fish weren't going to stop me. We desperately tried to wade towards the exit opposite us. The water was already up to my waist. Strange smell like warm meat rose from the water's surface. Countless piranodons were tearing at my legs, and the bites burned like fire. There's a long way to the exit on the opposite side. I'm going to say rush to it. Never mind. This is I guess because I took too long, I can't do that, so we have to rush back the way we came, I guess. Kid, let's get out of here. In a panic, we splashed through the water to back to the corridor we came from. The fangs of piranodon snapped at my legs, and I felt searing pain, but I had to endure it if I had any hope of reaching the entrance. Breathing heavily, I found myself back in the corridor outside. So yeah, sometimes you actually only have one real option. Whew, that was a close call.
So, that whole thing was a trap, eh? Talk about twisted. Lynx is even more of a sick bastard than I thought.
I was about to say he wouldn't have had to be if he didn't have to guard. He wouldn't have to be if he didn't have to guard against people like her breaking into his home, but I thought better of it. Well, at any rate, I think we can consider that a dead end. Let's go back. Defeated, we left the atrium. Something caused Kid to stop in her tracks.
Hello. What do we have here?
She pointed to the side of the entranceway to the hall. I found myself face to face with the sculpture of an old man's face with a truly phenomenal beard. The sculpture's eyes seemed to gleam with life. For a piece of marble, it seemed almost too realistic. It's a mouth of truth, announced Maggle. An enchanted statue that can tell when you're lying. If it catches you out, it'll bite your hand off. Maggle kept his explanation simple so that Kid wouldn't drift off before he got to the important part.
So what's it doing here then?
I suspect it's part of a greater mechanism.
Stick your hand in its gob, do you? Righto, let's see what happens, shall we?
With a mischievous glint in her eye, Kid darted over and stuck her hand into the mouth without a moment's hesitation. She stood there for a moment waiting, but it didn't take long for her to get bored.
Nothing.
Suddenly, I had an idea.
Hey, Kid,
who's the greatest thief who ever lived?
Me, of course, you drong.
Kid answered without a moment's hesitation, and then suddenly her face twisted with pain. The teeth of the marble sculpture had clamped down on her hand.
It bit me,
she cried.
Knock it off! Everyone knows it's the truth. Ow!
The sculpture bit her again as soon as she spoke.
Grr, you little...
A cold sweat formed on Kid's forehead. The sculpture was tightening its grip. It won't let go until you say something true. Despite the obvious urgency of the situation, Maggle was matter-of-fact as ever.
Just say anything, Kid. Anything.
Just say anything, Kid. Anything. As long as it's the truth. Obviously, Kid wasn't listening. Instead, she just kicked awkwardly at the statue.
Oi! Beardy! Let go of me bloody hand!
She planted her feet on either side of its mouth and tried her hardest to pull herself out. She heaved, kicked, and stamped, grunted, and strained. And then, finally, her hand popped free. I was taken aback by what I just witnessed and couldn't say a word.
See? I told you it was the truth!
Kid raised her hand triumphantly, as if to demonstrate. I could see heavy bite marks. The sculpture hadn't come away from the struggle unscathed either. Kid's attempt to break free had left it cracked in several places. Maggle pointed silently at a part of it. I went to take a closer look and saw a pale, flesh-covered tongue. I expect we're supposed to put something there, commented Maggle. Something? What exactly? I replied. Kid stood there for a moment, lost in thought, and then she started to unload all the knickknacks she'd been carrying. It was a strange collection of odds and ends, pulled from her pockets, her boots, and even from her braid.
All right, Serge, now it's your turn to have a go at that stupid statue.
Kid grinned at me, holding her assortment of knickknacks out in the palm of both hands. I guess she decided that whatever further horrors the statue had in store, she'd rather not face them herself. Nice kid, real nice. Grumbling to myself, I reached out to pick an item. I chose small silver mirror, file, a centipede, a tube of lipstick, some dried grapes, a length of fine thread, a sizable petard, a vellum scroll. Let's go with the vellum scroll. I picked up a peculiar piece of parchment. Bracing myself, I shoved it into the mouth of truth. Ha ha! Nice one, Mr. Thief. You think it's a magic scroll or something? It's Kid apparently talking. Kid doubled over with laughter. Guess that didn't work. With a sheepish chuckle, I pulled it out again. Oops! My hand slipped and the scroll unfurled. It was filled with strange symbols. Noticing the confused look on my face, Maggle spoke up. It's a decoding chart used for the Imperial Guard's field reports. Huh. Well, it's all gibberish to me. Wouldn't be much of a code if it wasn't, would it? Muttered Kid, witheringly. I was too embarrassed to reply. Once I clawed back some of my pride, I attempted a recovery. You'll have to walk me through it sometime. She just pouted and looked away. Oh, so you can't read it either. Boy, can I pick my moments.
Fine, if you're not going to take this seriously, we're leaving you behind.
Sometimes she could be cold as ice. I'd really done it now. She made to leave, but I grabbed her gently by the shoulder. Look, I'm not messing around. I'm sure this next idea is going to work.
I'll believe it when I bloody well see it.
Kid didn't seem convinced. The stakes were high. I looked again at her collection of knickknacks and chose... I'm going to say the centipede this time because I would not want a centipede on my tongue, and if I want to see what happens with it.
Oh, that's just... What are you doing?
That's just... What are you doing walking around with a centipede in your pockets? I reeled back in disgust. Is it in your pet or something, is it?
Don't be thick, Serge. It's just a toy, not a pet.
A toy? You could have picked something nicer.
It is nice. Nice for giving people nasty surprises. Heh.
She just seemed to think it was an entirely reasonable attitude. Entirely reasonable to her, maybe. What was she doing with all this stuff? I reached for the rubber centipede. Trying not to think too hard about what I was doing, I stuck it into the mouth of truth. Only for it to fall down the back of its throat.
Serge, you'll pay for this,
growled Kid, staring daggers at me. Alex, I'll get it back, I promise. Stealing my nerve, I reached into the mouth of truth. Suddenly, my hair stood on end. It was licking my hand. The giant, uncanny tongue slopped back and forth across my fingers like I was a lollipop.
Ugh, I'm gonna puke. Keep it together, Serge. Do it for the centipede.
Kid's support didn't do much to help me, but I somehow managed to pinch the centipede with the tips of my fingers and pull it out. You must really love this thing.
Not really. I just hate to see stuff go to waste.
I'm sorry, what? Why had I even bothered?
Well, no luck there either. You want to try something else?
Asked Kid, almost like this was a game. I just wanted this to be over with. I reached out for the next item and chose... Let's say some dried grapes this time. I took a small bag of dried grapes. One by one, I fed them into the sculpture's marble maw. Munch, munch. Ugh, it actually ate them.
That's enough, Surge. Those are my emergency rations you're wasting.
Kid snatched the bag from my hand. I still had the last grape, though, so I propped it into my mouth. It was absolutely delicious.
And not for you either, Sunshine,
growled Kid, glaring at me.
You gotta take this seriously, Surge, or should I leave you with Beardy here?
She was clearly annoyed, but I hadn't worn her patience completely thin just yet. I decided to try something else. Well, I don't know what petard is, so let's try this. I picked up the sizable petard. Anxiously, I shoved it into the mouth of truth. But nothing happened.
Let the professionals handle this, Surge.
Kid shoved me aside. She was holding a match. Wait a second, you can't be serious. All the blood drained from my face.
Deadly serious, mate.
Before I could say another word, Kid lit the fuse. An explosion followed, accompanied by a puff of white smoke. When the smoke had cleared, the mouth of truth came back into view once more, still intact, but now very badly cracked indeed.
Heh, not quite enough oomph to knock its block off, eh? Should have brought a bigger one.
Kid stood there with her arms folded, calmly commenting on the mayhem she'd just caused. What do you think you're doing? I can't believe you just set that thing off like that. Kid shot me a look.
What do you mean? What else you gonna do with a bomb?
She was a complete and utter liability.
Well, any more ideas, Surge?
Asked Kid, breezily. I chose. Hey, the sizable petard is still there. We've almost gone through every option. You know what? I'm going to say a file this time. I took the file and placed it inside the mouth of the marble sculpture. It didn't seem to be the right item for the job. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I was stunned. The mouth of the truth started chewing on the file, and it was eating it.
Ah!
Kid screamed with rage.
Me file! Me lovely, scratchy, scrappy file! I can't believe you just let that happen!
Crunch!
Now you're in big trouble, mate!
I'd put that now so far ahead of where it actually was. She clenched her she was clenching her fists and trembling with fury. Sorry, I'll get you another one, I promise. I also wanted to add, don't hit me, but thought better of it.
I'll hold you to that,
muttered Kid in a threatening grumble.
If you're just going to feed the statue all my stuff, we're done here.
I promise that's not what I'm trying to do.
You better bloody not be, mate.
Once again, she showed me all of her collection. I'm gonna, we've almost gone through everything. Let's just continue onwards. I took the piece of thread, a length of very finely spun silk. It didn't seem like a good idea to just shove it in. I tried dangling it into the statue's mouth.
Watch yourself, mate.
What? I put a mate in there that wasn't there at all.
Watch yourself. That stuff ain't cheap. It's made by royal silkworms, I'll have you know.
Kid watched me critically. The thread slipped deeper and deeper into the mouth of truth. And then I felt a slight tug. I tried winding it carefully back around my finger. At the end was a small piece of paper.
Nice one, Surge. That's gotta be a clue.
Kid's eyes lit up with delight. The note says, try again. We stood in stunned silence.
Yeah, licky tricky piece of... Ah!
Kid ripped up the paper in a rage and threw it away, then started kicking the mouth of truth. Maggle was leaning against the wall, watching the spectacle in silence. I'm guessing that wasn't the one then. What next? I chose... lipstick. We only have one thing after the lipstick. I picked up the small lacquered tube of lipstick, and without knowing quite why, I smeared it all over the statue's mouth.
What are you... me lippy!
Kid exploded with fury at the sight of the mouth of truth's bright red lips. What are you getting so mad about? You don't even wear makeup.
It's for marking our path to make sure we don't get lost.
Huh, I didn't realize. Guess that would explain why you brought it with you.
And what exactly is that supposed to mean? What's so funny about me having lipstick anyhow?
Well, Nothing at all. It didn't take much to tell that this was the calm before the storm.
You better buy me some more when we're done here.
Yep, she was mad all right. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Let's just try something else. Kid gave me a doubting glare in response to my apology.
Take this seriously or I'm through with you.
I gulped and nodded in panic, then reached out for the next item, which is the last one, the small silver mirror. I took the small silver mirror. The sculpture stared impassively, its marble beard still commanding my attention. I stuffed the mirror into its mouth. It didn't seem to be the right item for the job. I don't see any cavities.
Yeah, very funny. Now give me favorite mirror back before that thing chomps it to pieces.
She lost her patience and snatched it off me. It was a rather nice mirror. I pictured her gazing into it as she braided her hair. You want to try something else? Asked Megal dryly. I chose? Well, we have done all of these once, so I'm going to say not waste my time on it. I lingered for a moment, but pulled my hand away. It didn't seem like any of them was what we were looking for.
Alright, let's just forget about it for now,
muttered Kid, stowing all her valuables.
I was sure we'd find a use for this stuff. Whatever, best get moving, eh?
Defeated, we left the atrium behind us. Leaving the atrium behind us, we immediately found ourselves at a fork in the path. To the right was a passage leading to some stairs upwards. Dark passageway continued directly ahead of where we stood. Well, we came from those stairs, so let's continue on ahead. We left the atrium and continued down the path ahead. Eventually, we came across an ornate door on the right-hand side. Something smelled fresh and pleasant. Flowers? Was it coming from inside? Let's head on inside. This clearly isn't going to prove dangerous. We found ourselves in a tidy, welcoming room. The knickknacks and curios dotted around the place seemed to be well loved. The stately desk and the cozy bed nearby, meanwhile, suggested the room's occupant was no stranger to luxury. Though the room was richly furnished, somehow it felt awfully lonely. Kid took a quick look around before commenting,
"It's Link's girl's room."
A half-written letter on the desk and teacup, still warm, suggested that the lady of the manor was still nearby. But it didn't seem that anyone was here now. We decided to search the room. Hey, there's someone! Some charming flowers, a discarded cotton handkerchief, a small bottle of perfume. Oh, that's Maggle and Surge, I guess. Yep, Maggle, Surge, and Kid walking around. That's kind of neat. Nothing that meant much to me, nor anything that seemed particularly valuable. Kid seemed to have the same impression and scanned the room clearly, not expecting to find anything. The only item of note was a small antique box which bore a crest resembling a viper. I decided where to look next. Well, let's look at the little box. I picked up the small wooden box on the bookshelf. I gently opened the lid and was greeted by a soothing melody. A music box? There was something about that song.
I know this tune.
Kid was standing next to me, and I could see something had changed in her expression. You do, huh, Kid?
Someone used to sing it to me a long time ago.
She turned her gaze downwards and went silent. Kid? She startled. She turned to me. Her eyelashes glistened as if wet with dew. She walked to the door, not saying a word. Hey, Kid! Wait up! We left the room. Was she crying? Was Kid crying? Maybe I was just seeing things. Passage outside the room continued to our left and right. The path to the right led deeper into the darkness of the manor. Meanwhile, left would take us to the atrium. Well, we will go to the right and go farther into the darkness. We went down the dark passageway, eventually finding ourselves at a sturdy, immaculate, polished door. Kid sniffed at the air.
Just as I thought. Something stinks here. I reckon we found the beast's lair, lads.
In the stillness, Kid's lips twisted into a grin that turned my blood cold. We went inside. Kid opened the door and slipped inside. I'm pretty sure even if we tried to go back, Kid would have slipped in. Because, I mean, she wants her revenge. It was Link's room, but he didn't seem to be around.
Ha! The bugger's gone and scampered 'cause he heard I was coming.
There was something deeply unpleasant about the room. There wasn't anything unusual about the furniture and fittings, not how they looked or how they were made, but taken as a whole, it felt discordant. Was this a reflection of Link's, a seemingly ordinary facade that hid a disturbing truth only some could see?
Let's see what we can find.
Desk drawers, the painting on the wall, the vase on top of the side table. We left no stone unturned. There didn't seem to be anything suspicious. But as I scanned the room, something unusual caught my eye. There was a pedestal in one corner with a significant-looking scarlet cloth drawn over it. I slowly raised my hand towards it. "Be careful what you touch in here," warned Maggle. I pulled my hand back, timidly. But then the cloth flipped back with a flutter without me having laid a finger on it.
Yeah, that thing just moved by itself,
exclaimed Kid, her eyes wide open with surprise. Gripped by curiosity, we moved in to see what it had been hiding. It was a large, antique mirror of elaborately decorated style I'd seen before. It wasn't the kind of thing that would normally seem out of place in an old manor like this. And yet...
Wait, something ain't right,
said Kid. Meanwhile, I was captivated by the gaze of the statue of Venus reflected in the mirror. That just turned its head at us. Suddenly, the eyes of the statue shone with light. "What is your desire?" It spoke with a voice that was crystal clear, yet smoky and husky. I'm sorry, I'm just thinking of the galactic ley line from Outlaw Star of just it going, "What is thy desire?" The mirror! It's speaking! I stammered. "Ah, a whispering mirror," muttered Maggle, as if he'd seen them 1,000 times before.
What's one of those?
Kid gave Maggle a quizzical glance. "A magical mirror in which a spirit dwells. The spirit can freely move between its own and other mirrors and will share its wisdom with those who ask. Perhaps we should ask it something." I decided to ask it something that had been on my mind for some time. I asked about Maggle. "I want to know about Maggle's past," I said, casting a furtive glance in his direction. "As you wish." The statue of Venus in the mirror turned her gaze downwards. As she did so, darkness spread across the mirror's surface. But nothing else took its place. There was only unending black. What did it mean?
"Leave the stupid mirror alone and get back to work,"
snapped Kid. She was already poking and prodding at other things in the room. I stepped away from the mirror and started searching the room again. I took another look around the room. I didn't rate our chances of finding much of interest. No matter how hard we looked. What was I going to do? I decided to trust in Maggle's experience. "Alright, Mag, where would you start the search?" He gave a brief grunt and immediately melted into the darkness. The shadows of the desk, the bookshelf, and everything else in the room began flickering, as if suddenly alive. After a short while, he emerged from the darkness by the bookshelf. "I found this." In his hand were some scraps of paper and 3 copper coins. The scraps consisted of a torn-up map of Regoria and an unused sheet of notepaper.
We're not here to bloody tidy up for him," sighed Kid.
Looks like we're done here then. Come on, let's go. I followed Kid's... That was Kid who was saying that, okay. but we have left the room. Corridor stretched out. We retraced our steps. Eventually, we came across an ornate door on the left hand. It was Riddle's room, Lynx's daughter. We continued on our way. Well, time to go upwards, I guess. We took the passage and we went upwards this time. With Kid leading the way, we started to climb the narrow staircase. At the top, we found another intersection. Taking the corridor to the right would lead us to a dead end with a large door, while the way to the left led to the terrace. The narrow side passage in front of us was open. That's the study. Well, let's go to the dead end with the large door. We continued onward, past where the stairs and the side passage emerged into the main corridor. We found ourselves in front of some ornate double doors. We went inside. Kid gently pushed on the heavy doors and peeked inside. Doesn't look like there's doesn't look like anyone's in there. It seemed to be the main hall of the manor. There was a massive table, beautiful decorations on the walls, and thick columns with sculptures of birds and beasts. Fixed to the wall in the back, towered a tremendous pipe organ, like a burnished black mountain. Dozens of candles provided a dim, flickering light, sending the corners of the room dancing in and out of shadow. Several enormous portraits glowered down from high on the wall. Were these members of Lynx's family? I was busy staring at a picture depicting a young husband and wife when I realized their eyes had turned to look right at me. Okay, they hadn't. Don't worry, this isn't about to turn into some dumb ghost story. I disbelieve. It just looked that way because of the flickering light of the candle reflected against the glossy oil paints. Obviously. Probably. This place gives me the creeps. He'll load all those ugly mugs. There's nothing for us here. Let's look somewhere else. Neither Maggle nor I had any objections. I'm sorry, that was still Kid talking. We left the hall and returned to the corridor. Kid stopped in her tracks, her senses clearly tingling. Maggle and I were right behind her and immediately realized that something was very wrong. We could hear faint whispering, as if a spell were being cast, and a faint light was emanating from a monster sitting crouched on the flagstones ahead. A long, bony finger traced strange shapes on the tiles. A demon! I pulled out my knife and readied myself to confront it. I'm going to say let's just go right for it, because it's casting a spell. Let's try to interrupt that spell. I made a dash to one side of it, lifting my dagger as I went. It tore through the creature's paper-thin skin, but it was only a flesh wound. The bloody thing's laughing at us! And it was, too, chuckling manically in a way that made me deeply uneasy. I raised my knife again and prepared myself for the worst. My eyes met the demon's, and it was then that I saw it. There was a twinkle behind them. I couldn't tear my gaze away. Its chuckle grew to a belly laugh as it peered into the very depths of my soul. And then, just like that, it had muttered a few words and melted into the shadows. Where it stood, where seconds before it had towered over us, now not a trace of it remained. What was that all about? Why would it disappear? Why would it just disappear mid-fight? I guess it had someplace to be. Kid gave a shrug, doing her best to at least feign indifference. But I couldn't shake the sense of unease that had filled me, and peered uneasily into the darkness, into which the vile creature had disappeared. Time for some water. Wait a second. What's that? There was a leather bag on the ground, containing a sparkling gem. Now we're talking! Kid's face lit up with joy. Nice find, Serge! What a beaut! Kid snatched it away, leaving me to settle for the compliment. I was starting to feel worse for wear. I was going to have to be more careful from now on, or this was going to end badly.
Maybe you ain't such a drago after all. Just goes to show any weirdo can.
Okay, that's the same line as before. Kid's eyes glinted with mischief. So we're worse for wear because of the piranhas eating into us earlier. We left the hall and returned to the corridor. We can go down to the terrace, but I want to go back down the stairs because we have a gem. I want to see if we can put the gem into the thing's mouth and go towards the atrium.
You gotta be kidding me, shouted Kid, glaring at me. Are you telling me to swim through a bloody lake of piranodons? Yeah, you can count me out, mate. How am I supposed to charm me victims with big chunk bitten out of me?
I guess she had a point.
Here's a better plan. Why don't we go back to Beardy and try sticking something down his gob?
Yeah, that was the idea, Kid. Sure enough, she pulled out her bundle of odds and ends. Do I have to? I asked, knowing the answer. It's probably just as well, since Kid only glared at me in response. My hand hovered for a moment before I finally reached for something. I chose... It's not here. Do not waste my time for this. All right. Oh, hold on one sec. All right, never mind. That's right. Those things are just volume control. All right, we're at a fork. Let's head back up, I guess. We've got to go to the other side of the terrace then. Where's the stairs? Their intersection left to the terrace this time. We might have to go and double check some of these areas to be fair. After a short walk down the corridor, the terrace came into view. We kept following the corridor. We're going to the other side. Short way along the corridor, running from the right-hand side of the terrace, we found an ancient-looking door, again on our right. Kid pressed an ear against it, listening for any signs of life.
Dead quiet. I don't reckon there's anybody in there.
We opened the door.
In we go.
Kid stilled her breath and reached for the handle. The door wasn't locked. It swung slowly open.
What's this room supposed to be? Place is a dump.
Kid had poked her head through the door, taking a quick peek to see if there was anyone inside, and was disappointed by what she found. Oh, this is clockwork! The room was large and littered with peculiar-looking machinery and knickknacks, all of which were covered in dust and had seemingly been dumped there haphazardly. Everything looked like it had been there rusting for a very long time. And the ends of the rooms were completely dark, and it was impossible to tell just how big it was, or even what the walls and floor looked like. It seemed the manor's inhabitants had turned the old clock tower into a makeshift storage space some time ago. I stepped warily inside. Leave that alone! I looked over towards Maggle and saw a kid trying to pull something from the shadows. It was a huge sword that appeared to be very old indeed. You don't need that old bludgeon, it'll only get in the way. As much of an antique as it is, it won't fetch much of a price on the market in that condition.
Yeah, I reckon it might, you know. There's plenty of collectors who love old bits of junk. Well, some old bits of junk.
Pouting, Kid left the sword where she stood. At least she put it back down gently. It was then that we heard a voice from the shadows. And what exactly are you doing here, I just about jumped out of my skin. Who's there? Kid and Maggle turned to face the voice, ready to fight. A wizened crone emerged from the shadows. She was hunched over and wore a hood draped over her face. I could tell at a glance she wasn't just old, she was positively ancient.
It's just a doddering old bag. What do you think you're doing, sneaking up on us like that?
Kid's shoulders relaxed as the tension left her body. Maggle, however, continued to give the woman a piercing stare.
Oh, what an impish little thing you are. Here to visit a friend, perhaps. Not in the dead of night, I suspect.
The crone narrowed her eyes.
Let's get a closer look at you. Ah, yes. You must be here to get your revenge on Lynx.
How did she? My heart jumped. She seemed to know exactly who we were. We were in for trouble. What if she sounded the alarm? We'd have to give up on the treasure and run for our lives. What were we going to do? Defiantly tell her she was right? I'm going to say defiantly tell her she was right. So what if we are? Kid narrowed her eyes right back at the crone.
What's it to you if we're here to get our revenge on old Lynxy boy? You gonna do something about it? You never change, do you?
The crone chuckled madly, her small frame shaking.
Ah, the boldness of youth. Yes, that's the spirit.
You what? Kid looked at the old crone, completely confused. I was no less mystified.
What the heck are you on about? Oh, it must have been 4 or 5 years ago. Yes, it was around then that an innocent young thief stole into the manor, looking to singe Lord Lynx's whiskers. She couldn't have been much older than 10 now that I think about it.
Shocked, I turned my gaze to Kid. A wet glint had appeared in Kid's eyes, but her glare was like ice. It certainly felt as if the temperature in the room had suddenly dropped below freezing. With a chuckle, the crone continued her story, pretending to have not noticed the change in mood.
She was an orphan, you know. Came after Lynx to avenge a woman who she'd loved like her own daughter.
Or who loved her like her own daughter. Hey, Japan's freak! You used to like text-based adventure games, but now you have no patience for them anymore? I mean, that's fair. Look, this game was originally made in '96. It is a product of its time, especially being on the Teleview. But I am enjoying it so far, especially just the little nods here and there from Chrono Cross, including all the music that ended up eventually making it into Cross.
But all the vengefulness in the world couldn't change the fact that she was only a little girl. She was no match for Lynx's men, sadly, and they quickly captured her. Lynx is the kind of man one would fear to have as for an ally, never mind a foe. Had it not been for the timely assistance of a friend of hers, the girl would have certainly been executed. The way the people in the manor told it, the very shadows pitied the girl and rushed in to spirit her away. I wonder how much of the tale could be true. I have nothing but sympathy for those who know failure, of course. You can't win all the time. And sometimes, against all odds, fate really can be foiled, and the clockwork of history sent into disarray. No, the ones I have no patience for are those who do not recognize their failure, or those who fail and choose to give up as a result.
The old crone looked up from under her hood, stared Kid directly in the face, and grinned. Kid's anger faded, giving way to a dumbfounded expression.
If you wish to steal the jewel from Lynx, if you truly wish to triumph, you'll have to let go of a treasure of your own, Kid. For as long as you cling onto it, the hands of your clock will never move. They'll stay exactly where they came to a rest all those years ago. Who are you? Oh, me? I'm just an old bag, like you said. I do apologize. I must have taken up a lot of your time with all my babbling. I'll leave you in peace. Oh, but before I go...
The crone turned to face me.
You seem to be injured, young man. If you wish, I can take a look at your wounds.
With all the attention suddenly turned towards me, I panicked a little. All right, then, please do. What? All right, then, please do. The crone muttered a few words as her bony finger drew sigils in the air. A pale, gentle light began to surround my body, filling me with a strange warmth.
Strike a light! That's no ordinary spell!
Kid was impressed. I felt my wounds healing, and heard a nostalgic melody that soothed the wounds in my heart. Before I realized it, the crone was gone.
Hey, lady!
Kid strained her eyes, scanning the darkness. But there was no one to be seen, and her calls went unanswered.
Who the bloody hell was that?
Kid looked as if she'd just woken up on the floor in the laughing pig after a few too many.
And what'd she mean by you have to let go of a treasure?
Well, we won't find any answers here. Time to move on. Maggle brought us back down to earth, emotionless as ever. It almost seemed as if nothing had happened at all.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Kid walked quickly to the door, keen to move on. Hold it, you. Just as I was about to follow Kid out of the room, she jabbed me in the side with her elbow.
You stingy bugger, Serge! Why didn't you tell her to share some of that healing magic with the rest of us?
Classic Kid. Yeah, no, honestly, it would have been nice if everybody got healed. Alright, so we're back at the corridor. Well, you know what, let's see. Right down the corridor, actually. We can go further this way. Continuing on down the corridor, we came across a rather sturdy-looking door on our left. A little further on stood a stairway leading upwards.
Well, this door's clearly meant to keep something safe. If there ain't some kind of treasure behind it, me name ain't Kid. Yep, that's the smell of cold, hard cash, all right,
she muttered to herself as she began to inspect the door more closely. Let's head on into the... or maybe not.
Ah! What am I, stupid? Of course it's bloody locked.
Kid had tried the door handle a few times before giving it a grumpy kick.
Bloody door's got a magic barrier on it, and the bloody barrier's got a barrier of its own to boot. It'll take more than me putting the boot to it to get through all that.
I see. Then, unless we find the key, we don't have a hope of getting inside.
Reckon I can handle the key hunt, especially if it's that idiot's Lynx who hid it. If we can find his room, I'll sniff it out in 2 seconds flat. Just you watch.
There was little more we could do here, so we decided to look elsewhere. Well, let's continue onwards then. The corridor ended at the foot of some stairs. With Kid in the lead, we headed upwards. It was dark, and the stairwell was narrow. We watched our footing carefully as we climbed. The stone of the steps was worn smooth with age, and I lost count of how many there were as we spiraled onwards and upwards. An awful sense of foreboding haunted me. I had no idea why, but it felt as if we were marching to the gallows. When we arrived at the top of the stairs, we were greeted by an old, heavy door looming in the silence. All was deathly silent, and the still, clammy air added to the sense of ominous apprehension. Something's wrong here, I muttered without thinking. I hear cursed whispers from beyond that door, Maggle added, doing nothing to lift the mood.
Grow up, will ya?
Kid shot back at us, derisively. She was already examining the door. What resolution does this game have? I'm not sure. I believe, like all the other Chrono games, this actually has multiple different endings depending on what options you actually choose. I've only finished it once, and that was like 20 years ago, so I don't remember much about it. I think in the end, you do manage to... one of the endings has you get the treasure and then escape, but I don't remember, and for all I know, I might be on the path to another ending. Oh, screen resolution. Technically it's 1080p, but because this was originally on an SNES, they have it forced down into a 4:3 resolution. So it would be whatever resolution 1080 height in a 4:3 aspect ratio would be.
Well, it ain't locked, and I don't hear anyone inside.
Well then, let's head on inside.
Alright, here goes.
Kid tried the handle. The door opened, and with a slow, heavy swing, revealed what lay beyond. Yep, no worries. Yeah, this is the HD remake, so they did upscale things in general. It was a small, cylindrical room that appeared to be the inside of one of the stone towers. It was completely deserted, and there were no windows.
What's this supposed to be? Something about this place gives me the creeps.
Still standing in the doorway, Kid seemed suddenly taken aback. There might be something in here. Let's take a closer look.
A closer look at a bloody empty room? Pah! Might as well, I guess. We did climb all them stairs.
Kid stepped through the door, grumbling under her breath. I scanned the room and then noticed something on the floor. The flagstones were covered in dozens of narrow scratches, and in places there were thick black stains. Something in the stains spoke of a horror that no amount of scrubbing would ever wash away, a malice and a sadness beyond imagining. There's something written here. Crouching in front of a wall, Maggle was inspecting some brownish markings that looked like more of the same stains.
Someone's carved letters into the wall and scrambled them using blood magic.
Kid had gone over to take a look. Looks pretty old. Hard to read, too. Some of it's been worn away. Let's see. I cannot hold out much longer. My only hope now is to leave the Arcasian signet in this room. The Arcasian signet? Suddenly, the door slammed shut. We jumped to our feet with a start. From above us, we heard an unsettling creaking sound. The walls and floors began to tremble.
What the bloody hell's going on?
Kid's eyes darted around the room as she desperately tried to figure out what was happening. The creaking sound from above continued, and the ceiling moved ominously closer.
Up there!
Hey, classic spikes!
Ooh, and spinning! We've walked right into a bloody trap!
Kid bit her lip.
We gotta do something, and fast! We don't have time to think about this!
Try to barge the door down.
Yeah!
Kid sprang at the door like an arrow, slamming into it shoulder first. But it was far too heavy, and her light frame bounced right off it.
Damn it!
Maggle raced the door like the wind, smashing into it with ferocious force. It made a creaking sound and shook from the impact, but stood firm. Desperately, I hurled myself at it too. The shock of the impact rushed through my body, but it was no good. Meanwhile, the rusty creaking from above continued, as did the ceiling's inexorable journey downward. And to make matters worse, now countless blades were propping in and out.
Serge, Maggle, this is gonna take the three of us!
Timing our blows, we all charged the door at once. Once, twice, a third time. Then the door was open, and we were all collapsed in a heap in the corridor outside.
What?
Behind us, we heard the sound of the bladed ceiling grinding on the stone floor of the tower room. The metal scraping noise it made was awful. We'd only look in silent horror at the fate we'd so narrowly evaded. The machinery continued for a short while, but slowly coming to a stop. It seemed the ceiling trap had finally finished its grisly work. Make sure to hydrate if you're going to read. Oh yeah, no, I've got my mug with full of water because this is basically going to be 4 to 5 hours of just reading.
Bugger me! Talk about a nasty surprise!
Is it some sort of execution chamber? Maggle continued, seeming to be in deep in thought. In any case, that writing mentioned Acacia. Yeah, what was that about? I asked. And speaking of making sure I hydrate. Definitely very glad we have ice water now. The Acacia Dragoons, the elite knightly order serving over General Viper, who once governed the territory of Galesburg to the west. Former knightly order, I should say. They were wiped out more than a decade ago, by the lord of this very manor, no less.
Thanks for the history lesson, Mag.
Kid rose to her feet, patting off the dust.
Too bad we're not here for fairy tale nights. Come on, we got more exploring left to do.
Maggle shrugged silently, and we headed back to the stairs. With Kid in the lead, we headed downstairs. Sturdy looking door to our right. Well, can we go inside yet? Nope, it is still locked. So we still need to find a key if we want to go in through that. So continue back down the corridor. Hey, Bree, yes. Yes, it is indeed visual novel time. Also, how you doing? What was this room? I forgot what this room is. Was this Lynx's room? No, this is where the old crone was. Any little old ladies in here? No kindly old dears who know more than they're letting on, lurking in the shadows. Come on out, come out wherever you are. Oi, lady, show yourself! The silence spoke volumes. This is a waste of time, pronounced Maggle flatly, turning on his heel. We left the dusty old storage room. Alright. Well, that reminded me at least of what that was. To the left, back towards the terrace, because there's nothing else we can seemingly do over here on the right. Well, let's continue down the corridor this time and see if we can do anything else in the study. Yeah, we'll do the study and then we'll try the main hall again. Time to head on inside. Hopefully we can find something this time. Church, we don't have time for this. We're not going to magically find something useful by trying the same bloody room over and over again. Let's go someplace else. There's a tinge of annoyance in Kid's voice, but she wasn't being unreasonable. Without some kind of lead, we'd waste all night trying to find something. We left the room and retraced our steps. I just remembered... Oh, okay, never mind. I was going to say, I just remembered I have a menu button, and now I know what that menu button is. I can actually save the game. Good. Well, I guess... I don't think there's going to be anything down the main hall, though, so I think I have to check the basements again. Yep, the main hall of the manor. Head back inside again. Coast is clear. We weren't able to do anything in here before. Dozens of candles, several ominous paintings. Was this Link's family? Is this going to be the same exact thing? Oh, no. No, this time the difference was instead of the eyes following, one of the paintings stuck its tongue out at us. This place gives me the creeps. Let's look somewhere else. So we can't do anything within here yet. Well then, I guess down the stairs we go. I guess there must be something left to do with the, There's only one thing I can think of left to do, and that's with the, this guy, with Beardy. Now, do we have anything new? No, we don't have anything new, so let's put the bomb inside of it again. Will it crack and crumble a bit this time? Puff of white smoke, still intact, but now very badly cracked. Yeah, that's the same. I'm surprised I can't, like, put the gem that I got in here. I did this mirror, because that told me no cavities. I tried the file, he ate it. Centipede, we had to try to get it out. Lipstick was just comedy. Grapes, it ate it, and I got to eat one. Length of fine... You know what? We'll try the thread again. Because last time it said, try again. Alright, carefully pulled it back. Suddenly, statue... Oh, here we go. This is new. Score! Huh? What's that? Kid looked confused for a moment, and suddenly the statue's tongue leaped out of its mouth. What's the bloody heck? Kid leapt away like a startled cat. Boing! With Kid safely out of the way, I was the only target left within reach.
It's all sticky. I'm going to be sick.
The tongue had covered my face with thick, warm saliva. But strangely, I felt a sort of glow in the place where it had licked me. My aching wounds began responding to the warmth. Mag was leaning up against the wall, watching the spectacle in silence. I'm guessing that wasn't the one then. What's next? Is this an R-rated stream? Not particularly, though statues having tongues that come out of itself. So we did the petard, we did the scroll. Yeah, like, there's nothing else I can really do with this thing. Like, the only thing I could think of is continue trying to do the thread, because that did do something different. But if I'm going to check the other rooms again first. Let's go back down the path ahead and see if we can find... Yep, you feel a warm glow. Look, it was a magical monster tongue. Alright, let's head back into Riddle's room. Let's see if we can find anything else other than just that music box. Half-written letter. Oh, that was... Oh, no, that's a leaf this time. It seemed that someone had been here only moments ago. Let's come back later. We left Riddle's room for now. Okay, so we just missed somebody. Well, let's go to Link's room then. Let's head back inside. You know, if nothing else, Kid could, booby trap things. Booby trap his bed so that if we don't see him today, he dies when he goes to bed. I knew he wouldn't be in here. We started looking for any sign of the key to the vault. Maybe she can help, said Kid, thrusting her chin towards the mirror. That actually makes sense, doesn't it? I gently pulled the soft cloth from the mirror and stared into the glass. It was dark like the surface of a lake at night. What is your desire? No, I'm not doing that. Let's ask where the key to the vault is. Do you know where the key to the vault is? The mirror's reflection rippled, and it changed to reveal a room with numerous bookshelves. A deep, sonorous voice spoke. You will find the key in the place I have revealed, the study. It is inside a book with a purple cover in the furthest bookshelf from the door. The image of the study vanished from the mirror, and the voice went silent. It appears the spirit has left for another mirror, commented Maggle. To the study, then. As I made to leave the room, a low voice rumbled through the air, stopping me dead in my tracks. Exactly, mirror, mirror on the wall. Beware, he knows. Was it the voice of the mirror again? What did it mean? Hurry up or we're leaving you behind, Surge, called Kid from outside. Flustered, I rushed after her. All right, now we head over to the study. We continued on our way. We took the passage towards the stairs leading upwards. Excuse me. We went down the side passage towards the study and the key. At the end of it, we came to an old, immaculately polished door. This was the study. I hit the wrong thing. I didn't mean to turn back. We're just going back and forth, clearly trying to get into a random encounter. We went inside, please. Right, let's find this key. Light on her feet as always, Kid moved into the center of the room.
Where did the mirror say it was again, Serge?
She was asking me. How was I supposed to remember? The book with the blue cover? It's the book with the purple cover by the far bookcase. Yep. Here we go. Excuse me. I think it was supposed to be the one with the purple cover in the furthest bookcase.
Alright, let's see.
Seeming to take my word for it, Kid made for the case in question.
Right, this is the one. Purple cover, purple cover. Aha! This has got to be it.
Kid pulled out a book from the bottom shelf. Magdalene and I watched as she opened it. The pages were hollowed out, and hidden inside was an old key decorated with strange symbols.
Nailed it! Nice one, Serge!
Kid snatched the key from inside of the book.
Finally! Time to finally get a look at this treasure!
Having got what we came for, we left the study. We made our way back down the dark side passage leading from the study. Eventually, we arrived back at the intersection. Some stairs led downwards and the corridor branched left or right. Right, yeah, we want to go to the terrace. Rattle. Kid stopped us.
There's something there.
I listened carefully. Rattle, rattle. A figure appeared in the darkness on the other side of the corridor.
It's a skeleton!
We readied ourselves to fight. I'm going to assess the situation again. We squared off against the skeleton. It threw its sword it was carrying to the ground and took a step forward. Then it twisted its body into... The skeleton is doing the exact same thing as last time. Okay. Then it twisted its body into a strange pose. Wait, is it doing what I think it is? It proceeded to contort itself further, adopting a shape that could only be described as highly suggestive. For a moment, no one knew quite how to respond.
What the bloody hell?
What should we... Wait, Kid, look at Mag. Maggle seemed completely bewitched. There's no way he'd be any use to us in this state. What were we going to do? I attacked again. Come on, then. I charged at the skeleton. I took advantage of its opening and it created wind, raised its sword, and kicked it as hard as I could in its lower spine. I need an adult. No. Skeletons trying to be doing lewd, suggestive things is not a thing I would expect. There's an almighty crack as the bone snapped and the skeleton fell in two. Split second later, Kid landed a massive blow on the top half. With its skull shattered, the skeleton immediately came to a halt.
Heh, guess you can fight after all.
We had defeated the skeleton. Kid turned her attention back to Maggle.
Can't believe this drongo, though.
Thwack! She brought her fist down hard on his head.
Maybe this'll wake you up. Now, if we're done here, let's get a bloody move on.
What was I? Oh, ow! I was doing great. I felt like nothing could stop me.
Maybe you ain't such a drongo after all.
Just goes to show, Kid's eyes glinted with mischief. Kept following the corridor. Continue on, we don't want to go into the clock tower. This is what we want. Yep, cold hard cash.
It should do it.
Kid slipped the key we'd found into the lock. Lines of magical light flashed across the surface of the door and vanished as various magical barriers were dispelled. Oh god, they weren't kidding. Up, down, left, right, blue, red, green, every color under the sun, and then all was quiet, and the darkness of the manor returned.
Right, we're in!
With a creak, the heavy door gently swung open. As soon as I saw what was inside, I gave a gasp. Kid stepped inside.
Whoa! We've hit the mother lode!
Out of the darkness loomed a veritable mountain of gold, silver, priceless works of art, and exquisite trinkets. Kid looked as if she were on the verge of drooling at the sight of it all. But what thief wouldn't have been? After all, This was the kind of hoard that few people would ever come across in their lifetime. The smallest fraction of this mound of riches would have seen the most careless spendthrift set for life. Our goal is the frozen flame. Ignore the rest. Maggle spoke with an icy dedication to our mission. He had not even batted an eyelid at the sight that greeted us. Yeah, I know. She was disappointed, of course, but she soon set about scanning the room for the object of our hunt.
Wait, is that it? Look, on the pedestal over there.
I turned to see what Kid was pointing at. Welcome to Radical Dreamer's version of the Frozen Flame. There it was, yet a small yet perfectly formed jewel that gave off a pale red light. A jewel that looked like a flickering fire suspended in time. The Frozen Flame. True, it itself doesn't look frozen, but I understand the name the reason they're giving it, because it as he says, looks like a flame frozen in time. Silently, Maggle walked towards the pedestal. I called out, "Hurry, we don't have much time. Wait, we have to be careful." You're right, this is Lynx we're dealing with after all. It may very well be trapped. We should be on our guard.
We need to be quick about this. But fine, have it your way,
grumbled Kid, looking away. Maggle examined the pedestal for a short while, then paused. We were right to be cautious. Placing his left hand on the base of the pedestal, he muttered an incantation, quickly drawing sigils in the air with his right hand. Some glyphs appeared on its smooth surface, and for a moment blazed brightly. There, now we can proceed. Maggle kindly reached out and grabbed hold of the red jewel. Dun 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 dun! Surge and his friends obtained the Frozen Flame. A lot easier to get it in this game than it was in Chrono Cross. Phew, we'd managed to get what we came for without anything horrible happening to us. I breathed a sigh of relief and turned again to Maggle. He was staring silently at the jewel in his hands. Maggle, we did it! Let's get our... Before I could finish, the frozen flame crumbled to dust. This flame was a fake. Lynx must be keeping the real one somewhere safe. What? Suddenly, a siren rang out. The room was flooded with light, and metal bars slammed down in front of the door. I turned with a gasp to see Kid frozen, an ornate crown in her hands, and a wide-eyed look of awkward shock on her face. Dun 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 dun! Kids and her friends obtained a golden crown too. You're kidding me, right? You had to go and you complete bonehead! I let rip with a stream of choice insults. In my head, that is. Metallic parrots in the four corners of the room suddenly came to life, flapping their wings and screeching. Thieves! Thieves! We're in trouble. These things are going nowhere, said Maggle, inspecting the bars covering the door. Although to look at him, you wouldn't have thought there was anything wrong. Which way? Which way?
The parrots! The parrots! To the vault! To the vault!
We heard voices in the distance. The manor guards were coming. Kid dived behind a pile of gold coins.
Find somewhere to hide!
In a panic, I looked around the room. There was a large chest sitting wide open next to a pillar. I rushed to empty it out, then plunged head first and closed the lid.
Captain, there's no sign of anyone in there, no sign.
Strange, peculiar. No one's ever escaped before. None have ever fled the mousetrap's clutches. None. I gently pushed the lid of the chest and peeked through the gap. There were 5 goblins wearing suits of armor, unlocking the gate and about to make their way inside. One of the goblins looked around the room, jerking his neck as he peered into the shadows.
Captain, what if it actually was a mouse this time? Chief was grumbling about mouses the other day, Captain.
A mouse? A rodent? A rat? Would a teensy thing like that really have sprung the trap? Replied a stocky, plump-looking goblin who must have been the captain. He didn't seem convinced. That's when I heard a strange but oddly familiar sound from the corner of the room.
Quack! Squeak!
It was coming from where Kid was hiding. Startled, the troop of goblins stopped and looked at each other. For a moment, none of them spoke. Eventually, the goblin captain rubbed his chin through his jowls and offered his thoughts. Mouses. I'm sure Chef was complaining about cats.
Meow! Meow!
That voice again. Again, silence. The goblins only looked at each other.
None of you should say that, Captain. Wait, I heard it. There weren't mouses or cats. It was a hickran.
An awkward silence followed. In my mind's eyes, I could see Kid racking her brains to work out what a heckran was. I smell a rat, by which I mean a thief. Following the captain's lead, the guards reached for their weapons, and then...
Ran!
Listen, it really is a heckran, by heck. That proves it. The goblin guards grinned and nodded to each other. Cheeky little devil, surprised me there. Let's get out of here, boys. The goblins filed out of the vault. I breathed a sigh of relief. And then they came charging back in with a mighty roar. There's no such thing as heckrans!
What? You sneaky little buggers!
Roared Kid, leaping out from behind a pile of gold coins. You're one to talk, thief! Brandishing their weapons menacingly, the goblins moved slowly forward, forcing Kid into a corner. I quietly eased the lid of my coffer and slipped out. Can't leave you anywhere, can I? I muttered to myself. I knew Kid could handle herself, but I didn't fancy her odds against a whole troop of heavily armed goblins. For a moment, I wasn't sure what to do, but then I made up my mind. I had to save Kid. Right, I had to save Kid. There's no way I was going to abandon a friend in need. Even if it meant facing off against a group of 5 goblin guards, I'd find a way to come out on top. I hoped. I drew the knife from my belt and leapt into the middle of the room. Hey, snot for brains! Over here! The goblins all turned to look at me at the same time. 10 beady, cruel little eyes, all staring daggers at me.
Fool, in a hurry to die, are we?
I am also going to go ahead and, just make a save because I can. I gulped and wondered if making a run for it might have been a better plan of action after all.
Ah, humans are so stupid.
The goblin captain chuckled and licked his teeth.
Yep, that one's got a death wish, all right. Why else would he be so stupid as to come after Lord Lynx's treasure? That's a first, being called dumb by a bloody goblin. Trying to act tough when you're crying to your mom later on. Judging by Kid's response, she wasn't feeling massively threatened. And you tell her it was Kid who kicked your teeth in.
So, you're Kid, are you? The sneaky little slippery thief we've heard so much about? The goblin narrowed his eyes. Lord Lynx will be thanking me from now until my retirement when I bring him your head on a silver platter. The goblin captain pulled his morning star from his waist and then started swinging. You don't know who you're messing with. We ain't no ordinary goblins, sweetheart. We're Lord Lynx's elite guards, the goblins that gobble other goblins. That's right, the Gob Squad.
Quit shitting your mouth off and let me stick a boot in it.
And with that, Kid launched into a lightning-fast spinning kick. Her boot connected with the side of the goblin's head with a crack, sending the creature tumbling to the ground. Get him, lads! The boy looks scrawny. Start with him! The goblin captain spun the heavy metal ball of his morning star in the air. Glorious Gob Strike! Aye, aye! The goblins charged across the room in response to their captain's command. Gob Strike incoming! Goblin rushed towards me, swinging its weapon overhead. I dodged, because I don't think I can parry that. I wasn't going to make it. The morning star swept sideways through the air. I twisted my body to evade it, only for my torso to erupt in pain. Before I knew it, I was sent rolling across the floor in agony.
Surge, get up!
Spurred on by Kid's scream, I staggered to my feet, clutching my side. I couldn't let it end like this! Another goblin flew down from overhead.
Bombs away!
With a growl, it sent its morning star swinging at me from above. I jumped up for a counterattack. I was better off attacking than trying for a clumsy dodge. I tackled the goblin head-on and bounced helplessly off its enormous rock-like body, slamming headfirst into the floor. The jolt of the impact jolted through my body. Maggle conjured up a black wind which surged forth like a shearing tempest. How does a human know a spell like that? Who are you? The goblin was quickly silenced as the rushing winds tore through it and collapsed to the floor with a final shriek. Maggle looked down at his victim, his expression unchanged. Gob strike incoming! Goblin rushed towards me. Well, dodging clearly doesn't work, so let's try parrying it this time. I just about managed to push my enemy's attack aside and tried to strike back with my knife, only for the goblin to knock away my attack with a flick of its brawny arm, sending me crashing to the ground. Ugh! The shock sent a flash of bright white light singeing through my head. Maggle conjured up a black wind. Okay, same exact thing again. Maggle's got two deaths so far. Bombs away! I rolled away this time. I rolled across the floor, dodging the attack. But I wasn't fast enough, and the iron ball crashed straight into my back. I let out a howl as the force of the impact shuddered through my body. I never felt such raw pain in my entire life. I rolled around the floor in agony. Ha ha ha! Dance for me, boy! Let me hear you sing! As I crawled on the floor, the shadow of the goblin towered over me like a black mountain.
Die, brat!
Its lips curled around its fangs in a leering grin, and it raised its weapon overhead.
Oh, no, you don't! You have to go through me first!
I'm sorry, that's Maggle. Maggle conjured up a black wind and killed a third one. My head was spinning, but I managed to take the opportunity to rise to my feet. Gob strike incoming. Well, I think parrying is the better option out of all these. So it knocks my attack and I hit the ground, but I still think that's better than me getting hit with the Morning Star. Kid lashed out with a lightning fast kick.
There's more where that came from.
Please, have mercy! The stricken goblin had collapsed to the floor, its eyes wide with fear.
This isn't a game, Surge. Watch yourself, will ya?
Long live Lord Lynx! Glory to the Gob Squad! With these final words, the goblin collapsed. That was the last of them. We made it.
Ha! Piece of cake!
Said Kid, putting on a brave face on things as she wiped the sweat from her brow with her arm. And then she stopped and looked at me.
Surge, what were you thinking, you great dongo? Getting the goblins to come after you like that, you really didn't have to, you know? Still, thanks. Can't say I wouldn't have to see your crazy arse jump in like that.
She was actually smiling at me. Yes, Zenobia. Exactly. Blood for the blood god. However, the blood was the blood of those 5 goblins. The Gob Squad was sacrificed. Kid's smile kindled a light inside of me, and with it, a peculiar warmth that came in ripples. And then Maggle stepped in. Save the chatter for later. We can't waste any more time here. The frozen flame must be somewhere else in the manor.
Alright, mate. Thanks for stating the obvious. It's not my bloody fault Lynx had to make things so bloody difficult for everyone.
Kid spun on her heels and made a sulky about face for the door. Suddenly, her attention returned to the pile of defeated goblins.
Huh. This bunch of dongos said they're Lynx's elite guard, right? I bet they got some nice loot on them.
With that, she started unceremoniously rummaging through the fallen captain's pockets. She was like a hyena sniffing for scraps.
Hello, what's this?
She found an odd metal plate. It resembled an open hand and was covered in runes. That's what we need for old Beardy. All right.
I reckon this might open some other magic door somewhere. Never know when it might come in handy either. Either way, finders keepers.
The plate vanished into Kid's pockets.
Heh, looks like there's nothing else worth taking, unless you count pockets of lint and bits of string.
She rose to her feet and looked around the room.
You know, it's a real shame to leave the rest of all this loot just sitting here unloved. Suppose we can come back for it whenever.
Kid turned to face us and flashed a grin.
All right, lads, let's get a move on. It ain't gonna be dark forever.
That hand-shaped plate is our only clue for now, muttered Maggle, seemingly to himself. And with that, we left the vault in search of the real Frozen Flame. And now we need to head back down the stairs to old Beardy. Head towards the staircase. And by the staircase, I mean the terrace, so that I can go to the correct staircase. You know what? Hold on. I want to go out onto the terrace because I haven't done this yet. Oh no, this is just where we started. You know what? Let's talk to Kid.
All right, Serge, you're finally starting to learn how to get your hands dirty, all right, ain't ya? I guess people really can change if they put in the effort.
Kid's eyes shone with an impish playfulness. Well, she hadn't seen anything yet.
We should get back inside. We're not here for fun.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was Maggle. We should get back inside. We're not here for fun, muttered Maggle. He said that, but... talk to Maggle. Are you alright, Serge? You're looking rather pale. That wasn't the half of it. I was hurt all over and I felt dizzy. I wasn't going to be in a fit state to fight if we happened to run into any more enemies. Right. Dust yourself.
All right, dust yourself off and let's get moving. We got work to do.
Yep, back into the manor. So yeah, I need to find another healing thing, apparently. To the left, because left is where I want to go. Head on down the stairs. Towards the atrium. And get some water while it goes through this text we've seen like 3 times now. I chose the hand-shaped plate. I took the hand-shaped metal plate we'd found. After taking another look at the runes, I was no closer to working out what they might mean. Here goes nothing. I stuck the plate into the mouth of Truth's marble maw. As soon as I did so, its eyes rolled upward and the wall gave a light shudder. A low rumbling sound came from the sculpture's mouth. This, indeed, is the ultimate truth of the universe.
Did you hear something?
Yeah. I watched the mouth of truth in confusion. Its great marble tongue lolled out, almost like a snake. It coiled around the plate, seizing it and pulling it deep inside.
What's going on?
In a panic, I looked to Maggle for answers. It seems this ineffable truth of the universe has left even the mouth of truth tongue-tied. Maggle answered in his usual deadpan manner. I think he might have even been trying to make a joke.
Hang on, so that plate thingy revealed the truth of the universe? And you went and crammed it down Beardy's gullet? You didn't even realize how much we could have sold that for?
Kid kicked the floor in frustration and snapped her fingers. And then, drains on all sides of the room suddenly opened wide. The red water formed eddies as it sank away. Helpless, the piranodons were washed away with the current. Soon, only trickles of water were left, slowly dripping away.
Well, that's a stroke of luck, ain't it? Guess we won't be sleeping with the fishes tonight,
grinned Kid, looking at the empty pool. We crossed the drained room, making for the exit on the other side, and pressed on. Yay, we don't have to deal with the piranhas anymore! And we have a new area. As we made our way through the silence of the corridor, something cold landed on me from above. I put my hand up to my hair and felt a quease-inducing sliminess. Ugh! Slugs! I lifted my head towards where I came from, and a mass of disgusting creatures hit me full in the face. Ugh! As fast as I could brush them off, more of them landed on me and around me. It was literally raining slugs. Before I knew it, they'd all begun to pile up wetly around my feet. They crawled all over me, and I flailed and flapped as I tried to shake them loose. Quickly, back the way we came! But as we turned, we saw the entire corridor was a writhing mass of creatures. It's like the floor is made of them! A shiver of revulsion ran down my spine. I ain't trampling over that carpet, no gross! Kid shook her head violently, clearly far from amused. But the more we stood there wondering what to do, the more they kept piling up. We're just going to have to charge through them. I threw caution to the wind and myself down the teeming corridor. Like that, is it? Well, I ain't staying here on my own. Kid was clearly at a loss of what else to do, and she soon barreled after me. Slugs rained down around our ears as we ran, and oh, how we ran. We hammered along as if our lives depended on it. And as we went, the oozing juices of the slugs we trampled sprayed and splattered all around us. Our feet were soon soaked with the stuff. Whoa! My foot slipped and Kid smashed into me from behind. The two of us went flying and landed on the floor in a heap. Damn, you're clumsy arse, Surge! She grimaced at me through a mask of sludge ooze. I tried to stand, but then they just kept on falling. The slug storm had developed into a deluge. We were on the verge of giving up. It was almost more than either of us could take. They were up to our knees now, and we were wading through them, desperately trying to make some headway. We didn't dare talk for fear of them falling into our mouths. And as if we didn't have enough problems, a single solid mass of slugs suddenly reared up ahead of us. Wait, it's people-shaped! And sure enough, a humanoid form had emerged, clutching what looked like an enormous scythe. Oh, it's this thing again! A scythe which suddenly came hurtling towards me. Threw myself to one side. The monster's scythe whooshed through the air towards me. I kept my body low and dodged to avoid the attack. But I must have telegraphed my move. The blade changed its course at the last moment and sliced right into my shoulder. Okay, I'm starting to think Surge just cannot dodge attacks. Surge! The pain was intense, but I glanced at the wound. I could see it wasn't as bad as it felt. What is this thing? Some kind of demon? If it is, look out. Demons love messing with people's heads. Oh, that is Kid talking. All right. As soon as she said it, the writhing mass of slugs disappeared into thin air. The demon readied its scythe again and began inching towards us. What was I going to do? Wait to see what it does. I watched the demon carefully, keeping a tight grip on my knife. Maggle didn't waste a moment and let rip with a spell. A ball of flame slammed into the creature. I could smell the stench of burnt flesh. The demon's eyes reddened and it bared its fangs. Cursed whispers filled the air. It was casting a spell. Slash at it with our knife. That's what we did last time. Leave this to me, I yelled at exactly the same time as Kid. I slipped around to the left side of the demon as it swung its scythe down. Whoosh! The blade sliced the air by a hair's breadth from my nose. A single moment later, I'd have had no nose left to speak of. Kid took advantage while the demon was focused on me and moved to stab it, full in the back. The creature let out a grotesque howl and collapsed to the floor. Ha! Did you plan to be the decoy so I could finish off? Or was that just a coincidence? Either way, it did the trick! Kid beamed with pride. The demon's blue blood pooled on the floor as it lay there, writhing in pain. Its face contorted with agony, it glared at us and began tracing shapes on the ground with the last of its strength. Kid sensed that something wicked was afoot. Just die already, will ya? But the demon carried on writing, strange shapes forming from its blood. An eerie light illuminated the hastily scrawled curse. And then there was a flash. Lightning like bolts of energy danced around my feet. Kid, who was standing right next to the demon, jumped back with a start. And then it started drawing even more of the strange symbols. She took advantage while the creature was still concentrating. She twisted her body, stretched out a leg, and swung it in a graceful arc right into the demon's belly. With a final gasp, it collapsed on top of its unfinished hex, and at last it laid still. I was a mess. My body was screaming with pain, and I felt like I might pass out at any moment. If I took much more punishment from Lynx's minions, my night was going to be over pretty soon. Maybe you ain't such a... Yep, same thing. Kid's eyes are still gleaming with mischief. We went through the atrium and continued down the corridor before finding ourselves at a fork in the road. The corridor stretched off to the left and right. We made a safety save. Let's go to the left. We keep doing left first. We continued down the corridor, eventually reaching an old, rather sturdy-looking door. Bloody marvelous! Another bloody door with a bloody magic barrier on it. Wonder what's inside. Me sixth sense tells me it ain't treasure, Kid whispered back to us as she examined the door. I suspect this is the Manor's dungeon, replied Maggle, with his eyes closed in concentration. I can hear the sound of someone moaning in the darkness on the other side. But there's little we can do now. And thus it is of little concern to us. Let's turn back. That now migrated so far. With no way of getting through the door, we retraced our steps down the corridor. Well, looks like we have to go to the right then. Or actually continue forward, because that fits better. We continued down the dark, dank corridor with some stairs. Well, that's the only thing we can do, so we'll head down deeper. Slowly, we crept down the staircase, descending deeper into the shadows as we went. At the bottom, we found ourselves at another intersection. The dim, narrow passageway branched left and right. Again, we're just doing left first. We continued down the corridor until it ended at a large door covered in scratches and other odd marks. Above the door was a wooden plate. It bore the legend, Guard Room, in elaborate calligraphy. Oh, well, reckon this might be where I find the key to that door upstairs. No getting past that bloody magic barrier without it. Kid pressed an ear against the door and listened carefully. Doesn't sound like anyone's in there. Well, let's head on inside then. Kid opened the door. The room had seemed completely silent from the outside, and so we thought it would be empty. But there inside was a lone goblin. It was sitting in a chair with a book in its hand. A light steam drifted from the teacup on the table in front of it, and with it, a delicate aroma. The goblin peered at us curiously over its spectacles. There was something different about this one. I could tell that much at a glance. Heavens, how rare it is to have guests. Heavens, how well spoken for a goblin. I could only feel dread and suspicion at the sight of him, nonetheless. Sorry, mate, but we're not your guests. Cop out the key to the dungeon if you want to live. Kid slammed her knife into the table to illustrate her point, but the goblin didn't so much as flinch. You must be Kid. What a pleasure this is. I've always wanted to meet you. Why, you're even more ravishing than the rumors would. Before the goblin could finish, Kid's knife flew through the air. With a quick flick of his wrist, the goblin caught the blade with the back of his book, a mere inch from his face. I see your approach is as radical as the name of your merry band would suggest, the goblin said, pulling the knife free and handing it back to Kid. She took it without a word, but her gaze had changed. She was like a cat, cautiously studying its prey. And I was just getting to the good part, too. Oh, well, I suppose I'll have to give up on ever finishing it now. The goblin casually flung the book over his shoulder and into a nearby bin. Allow me to introduce myself, if I may. I am Grismeld, and I am the guard on watch. No need to stand, please. Do take a seat. You're welcome to tea, of course. The goblin beckoned us to sit down. Did he mean to poison us? If I may. Maggle calmly took a seat, ignoring the obvious suspicion in the air. You know what? I trust this guy. I will sit down and I will trust Maggle's instincts. I decided to trust Maggle's instincts and took a seat next to him. He had some kind of plan in mind. I was sure of it. Kid didn't look like she'd be pulling up a chair anytime soon. She was standing with her arms crossed, eyeing the goblin suspiciously. The goblin poured 3 cups of tea. Here you are. Without the slightest hint of hesitation, Maggle took his teacup and lifted it to his lips. He sipped, then placed the cup back on its saucer. Himalayan tea. A blend Himalayan tea. Himalayan tea. Okay, I'm going to be glad that I am going to be drinking this, aren't I? A blend I expected to find here. What a pleasure it is to encounter a fellow connoisseur. Yes, it's a rare blend, one mainly enjoyed by the noble classes. I couldn't believe this conversation I was hearing, but I also couldn't help wondering what this rare tea might taste like. My eyes rested on the cup that had been poured for me. I couldn't shake the fear that it might be poisoned, but I also couldn't ignore how delicious it smelled. Before I knew it, the cup was in my hands. This is great, I blurted out. I never had such a delicious brew in my entire life. My aches and pains faded away. I glanced over at Kid, who was blowing maniacally at the liquid in her cup. I had forgotten that she was paranoid about burning her mouth on things. Now that we're comfortable, let's get down to brass tacks, as they say. I do indeed have the key to the dungeon, as you surmise, but you will also be aware that I cannot simply give it away. I glanced over at Kid again. Typical, she wasn't listening to a word Grismeld was saying. She was still huffing and puffing at her tea. It seemed it would be up to me to respond. I'm going to say, I suppose this means you want something in return. You'd like to know what I want. I want your heads. Or rather, that's what my employer would have me say. But no, I have no such barbarous aspirations. Furthermore, I doubt I'd be a match for you. So I didn't hit anything there. That was an auto thing. I suspect if I drew my knife, I would have actually gotten into combat. Grismeld chuckled as he said this. What I live for is the joy of conversation, which I fear my compatriots are ill-equipped to supply. Perhaps you might have 1 or 2 ripping yarns to share? Grinning, he added, I'm sure notorious thieves such as yourselves have more than a few thrilling tales up your sleeves. So, you want to hear a story? That seemed more than fair price to pay for the key. I closed my eyes and thought, aha! I know just the story. How did it begin? One night, a young girl was walking alone in a forest. And then she was searching for a golden sunflower, the only way to cure her sick mother's sickness. Then she walked and walked, but the sunflower was nowhere to be found. The fragments I remembered seemed about right. There's only one way the story could end. I took a breath and began my tale. One night, a young girl was walking alone in the forest. She was searching for a golden sunflower, the only way to cure her sick mother's illness. She walked and walked, but the sunflower was nowhere to be found. And then, in her moment of darkest despair, she saw a brilliant light. It was none other than the golden sunflower she sought. The young girl gracefully pocketed the sunflower's seeds. These will surely save my mother, she thought. She rushed home to give them to her, and her dear mother was hale and hearty once more within days. And they all lived happily ever after. That was beautiful, murmured Kid, wiping a tear from her eye. Grismeld frowned. Not quite what I was expecting, and not the most riveting of tales, but I suppose it'll do. The key, as promised. I took it from Grismeld's hand. Something didn't seem right, though. Was he really going to give it up so easily? And was it really alright to trust such a strange goblin? Grismeld seemed to notice my suspicion. He leaned back to into his chair and stared at the ceiling. When I was a young tyro, a braver, stupider goblin, I once served General Viper, who was the lord of this manor, until his betrayal by Lord Lynx. Despite my boorishness, Lady Riddle always saw something in me worthy of praise.
Wait, Riddle? What's Lynx's adopted daughter got to do with anything?
Oh, you didn't know? Riddle's real father was none other than General Viper himself.
What?
Lord Lynx spared Lady Riddle's life so as not to snuff out that of the frozen flame. It's an uncanny stone, you see. Has a life of its own, and some kind of spiritual bond with Lady Riddle. If there was some way that I could free Milady from this manor, alas, I alone am powerless to do any such thing. Of course, I would have no qualms if, say, you were to topple the usurper. I assume you intend to. Slay the old beast, I mean. It was a strange inquiry to make so casually. Well, if it comes to it. I was more than a little taken aback by the directness of Grismeld's question. I never expected to find one of Lynx's own guards asking me something like that. Suddenly, I was shoved aside.
Now, if it comes to it, we're going to kill him tonight, and kill him good.
It was Kid, of course.
And, in exchange, I'll have some more of that tea to take with us.
Kid held out her hand before Grismeld could offer an answer. I suppose I have a bag I can share. Grismeld shuffled awkwardly in his seat as he retrieved it. As ever, I was impressed how Kid's uncompromising attitude and willingness to speak her mind seemed to always get her what she wanted.
Bonza! Sit tight and leave the rest to us, mate.
Stowing the bag in her pocket, Kid took the job.
You can trust me. I'm a girl of my word.
That might have been the biggest lie she'd ever told.
Right, let's get moving.
She made for the door with a spring in her step. We left the room and Grismeld behind. Took a left down the corridor. We followed it before coming to an intersection. You know what? I want to press on first. We followed the corridor for a while before coming across a small door.
Yeah, whiff of that. Something smells good, whispered Kid.
We found the kitchen, didn't we? We opened the door.
Blimey, this is a small kitchen.
Must be for the servants, commented Maggle. I scanned our surroundings. A basin for washing dishes, cooking utensils, some food made ready for tomorrow, and a mousetrap. It looked like any other commoner's kitchen. Kid walked over to the large pot filled with food and peered inside.
Looks like tomorrow's lunch. Want to try some, Serge?
I was feeling hungry, but I'm going to respectfully decline because I'm not going to trust this. I made my excuses as politely as I could. Kid clicked her tongue in disappointment.
All right, then. You want some, Mag?
No.
Fine. Well, if you're too afraid to try it, I ain't touching it either,
she said, turning her back on the pot. Suddenly, a little voice rang out. You there, the young man with the braid. Kid froze.
Oi! Who you calling a bloke?
Kid barked angrily in the direction of the voice was coming from. A mouse was looking at us with eyes like saucers from inside the mousetrap hanging from the wall in the corner of the room. Oh, I am sorry. You're a young lady, I see. The mouse bowed its head in apology. Please, kind lady, you must hear me out. The mouse put its paws together and stared pleadingly at Kid. I left the nest to find food for my mother, but as you can see, I managed to get myself caught in a trap. If you leave me here, I'll surely be eaten by goblins. Kid eyed the little creature suspiciously. I beg of you, please, free me from this trap. My mother is sick, and she'll be terribly worried about what has become of me. The mouse was clearly begging for its life, but there was also an odd little glint in its eyes. Kid shrugged and sighed.
Fine, I guess we can't just leave you to rot. Hold still, let's get you out of there.
She lifted the trap down to the floor and opened the door. The mouse bounded happily out from inside. The Gauss gave a wicked chuckle. You poor naive fool. Suddenly its body began to balloon massively in size. Time to fight a dire rat?
Bugger me! It's a griffin!
Okay, I was not expecting the rat to turn into a griffin. The enormous creature stared balefully down at us. Idiot humans, my mother is sick, but yours will be. My mother is not sick, but yours will be when she sees what I've done to you.
You dirty little swine, and after all I've done for you.
Kid's face was red with anger. The griffin gave an almighty cry and leapt right at us. Its razor-sharp talons sliced through the air, raking down towards me. I'm going to... Caught off guard, I tried my best to dodge the attack, but because I took too long in deciding, it's going to hit me. But the blow never came. As the griffin suddenly lost its balance, it came crashing to the ground. Oh, brother, I'm too hungry to even fight properly. What on earth? I breathed a sigh of relief, running a hand down my chest. All right, little mouse. Now it's time for the real show to begin. Kid walked up to the griffin, cracking her knuckles. But please, kind young lady, this is all a misunderstanding. A terrible misunderstanding. Panicking, the creature leapt to its feet. You can't kill me. I have useful information. If you let me go, I promise I'll tell you everything I know. Everything.
Yeah, I know how much a promise from the likes of you is worth.
Kid took another step towards the griffin, not skipping a beat. Please! Kid kept on coming. The griffin kept on shrinking away. Enough. Maggle called for Kid to stop. Let's hear it. Oh, thank you, kind sir. The griffin was beside itself with relief.
Spoil my fun, why don't you?
Grumbled Kid, pouting as she turned away. Listen well, O merciful Savior. Right thrice, left twice. Right thrice. Should you find yourself trapped in one of Link's swirling snares, remember my words. Okay, right 3, left 2, right 3. Got it. With that, the griffin returned to its mouse-like form and disappeared into a small hole in the wall. Trapped in Link's snares? Ha! As if I'd be thick enough to walk into one of his traps.
Let's get out of here. We wasted enough time already.
Kid turned on her heel and made for the door. We left the kitchen. All right, time to head down those stairs. Take the stairs and get some water. To the left, atrium with the fountain, no. So straight on towards the cell. Yeah, because it's the cell that I want.
Right, that key we found from that creep old goblin should do the trick.
Kid slipped the key into the lock. The heavy door groaned slightly as it slowly swung open. Clammy air rose up around our feet, as if clawing blindly through the darkness. This didn't seem like the kind of place anyone in their right mind would visit voluntarily. We pushed the heavy iron door the rest of the way open and stepped into the darkness. There was a row of cells, all locked behind iron bars. 1, 2... Oh, Gulliver, Melgid, Sornda, forgive me, please. Please, forgive me. We heard a voice from the third cell, whimpering and crying pathetically. I strained my eyes to look inside. Faintly in the darkness, I could see something that looked like a man sitting on the floor. So this was the source of the voice.
Oi, you alright, mate?
Kid called out to the figure. Forgive me. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. The Dragoons never deserved this. General, Lady Riddle, I just realized who this guy is, actually. Forgive me. I beg of you. The old man didn't seem to respond to us at all. He only sat facing the wall, begging forgiveness for who knew what.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Kid asked, trying again.
There'll be no getting through to...
There will be no getting through to him. His real self will have long since retreated inside the shell he has created, said Maggle, cutting her off.
Shell?
Shell? What do you mean? I asked. He has built a shell around the core of his psyche in order to shield himself from the truth. He is running from something terrible. He has seen something, or been through something, or has done something. And so, he created his own world on the inside as a final refuge. The outside world is lost to him forevermore. I looked at Maggle in surprise. I had detected a hint of unspoken sadness in his words. And for some reason, he was looking at Kid, watching over her as she stared at the man in the cell. Seeming to notice my gaze, Maggle turned back to face me, assuming his usual emotionless expression once more. We live in a world of sorrow and foolishness. It's only inevitable that some would try to escape it. But despite his harsh words, his eyes retained a certain softness, his steely gaze giving way to a gentle light. You understand? I think so. I gave a slightly evasive answer. You seem confused. I don't blame you. You'll come to understand eventually. Maggle looked at me and Kid. What was that all about? I wondered.
We're not gonna get much out of him. He's miles away. Let's just leave him and try someplace else.
Kid made for the door of the dungeon. Wait, called Maggle. We must find some way to get this man to speak. What for? I mean, he's speaking already, just none of it makes sense. What are you after? Some things he said piqued my curiosity. He mentioned the Dragoons, and Riddle, too.
So? You said the Dragoons are ancient history, snapped Kid. Besides, how can we trust anything he says? He's clearly gone off his rocker.
She had a point. The old man had long since cut his ties to the real world. What did Maggle expect him to say? Without missing a beat, Maggle replied, We simply have to bring him back to reality.
And how are we going to do that? You want me to do a little dance for him? See if that gets his motor going again?
Please don't. No, please don't do that. The words were out of my mouth before I could stop them.
What are you saying?
Her eyes narrowed threateningly.
You don't think anyone would want to see me dance? Is that it?
What? No, I... Complete the opposite. Actually, ignore me.
Nah, this should be good. Enlighten me, why don't you?
He's right. It won't work. And just like that, Kid's fist was flying towards Maggle's face instead of mine. He dodged the blow with ease and carried on as if nothing had happened. We must break through the shell he's created and drag him back into the real world. And in order to do that, we will need a key of some kind. Something that will reach him even through the barrier he has erected.
Yeah? And where are we going to find this key?
Asked Kid, suspiciously. I don't know, came Maggle's simple reply. But there is someone in this manor who can tell us.
You don't mean you're not talking about Riddle, are you?
I am, Maggle replied with a nod.
Alright, fine. Dunno what the heck you expect her to tell us, though.
Kid turned on her heel and made for the door. We left the gibbering old man in the dungeon, alone with his sorrow. And I'm pretty sure that gibbering old man was Radius. Well, time to go back upstairs and all the way to Riddle's area. Continue straight. Going straight would take us... No, that's not where I want to go. The right is the atrium with the fountain. We continued on. Passage... I want to go forward. That's right, forward is Riddle's room. We continued inside. And got some water. Is someone there? Came the voice of a young woman. We shrank into the shadows. The woman appeared from deeper within the room. She was lightly made up and had a gentle, unthreatening air about her. It was Lynx's daughter. Strange. I'm sure I heard someone. I was at a loss for what to do for a moment, but before I'd had time to do much more than hold my breath, Kid had already darted over and thrust her knife out, stopping the blade only a hair's breadth from the woman's neck. Where's the frozen flame? Answer me! Her voice came out in a harsh growl. I rushed in to hold Kid back before she hurt the poor woman. Kid, do we really have to do it this way? Shut your trap, Serge! Riddle couldn't help but giggle as she watched us bickering. What are you laughing at? The kid shot Riddle a harsh look. It's just, you don't seem like thieves at all. You want me to cut you, girl? I'd be surprised if that knife could cut anything. For a moment, I felt faint, imagining Riddle on the floor, covered in blood. But then, clang! Kid had thrown her knife to the floor, and I saw it was only a letter opener. Didn't think you'd notice. Whatever. I'm not here to mess around killing the likes of you anyway. I have no desire for bloodshed either, said Riddle, in a voice that was almost a whisper. I am not your enemy. In fact, I want to help you. There wasn't a hint of hesitation or deception in her voice. Let me guess, you're trapped in the manor too. Riddle only lowered her eyes sadly in response to Kid's question. The frozen flame should never have been allowed to fall into Lynx's hands. Riddle spoke quietly, but deep emotion clearly underpinned her words. The flame was once the property of an ancient kingdom to the north who kept it for generations. It was said to have the uncanny power to guide people and change history itself. After the kingdom fell, the flame changed hands countless times until eventually came into my father's possession. That was before I was born. Sometime later, Lynx became aware of the flame's true value and approached my father under false pretenses of friendship. Not a soul suspected what his true intentions were. And then, on that horrible day, he destroyed everything. He killed everything. Riddle shook her head and then buried her face into her hands. I don't care about the frozen flame. I don't care about that stupid accursed stone. It means nothing to me. I just want to take it away from Lynx and smash it into pieces, all right in front of him. And only we can make that happen. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Maggle. And only we can make that happen. Riddle looked up with surprise as Maggle spoke. No one else can seize that jewel from Lynx. Riddle stared speechlessly. And then, in a low voice, she whispered, What can I do to help you? There's a survivor of the Cassia Dragoons in the dungeon who we want to help. And if we're to help him, we need your help, said Maggle, taking a step forward. What? That man is a traitor! It's because of him that Father... that Zornda... Please, it's the only way. Riddle turned her back to us and hung her head low. The Chamber of Death. There might be something to bring him back to his senses there. After all, it was there that he chose to abandon his pride, his life. I assume the Chamber of Death must be the cell with the trapped ceiling. Riddle nodded. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem, started Kid. That thing damn near killed us last time.
You'll need to take the Einlanzer with you. It is a sacred sword said to have been forged by an ancient sage and a sister blade to the crimson, cursed Masamune. The timeless blessings of the Einlancer will surely keep you safe from the Chamber of Death's wickedness. This is also the first time whereas they're saying that the Masamune is a cursed blade, which, like, that's very strange considering what we know of it from Chrono Trigger still. I need to do some looking up to see where did Masamune being a cursed blade actually come from. It used to be such a sight to see it in the hands of Zornda. It danced like the wind, shone like the stars, and struck like lightning. Lost again in the memories of fonder time, Riddle once more bowed her head. Forgive me, I have little more to tell you.
You've told us more than enough. We'll take our leave now, said Maggle, turning and making for the door.
I wish I had the strength to change things like you do,
whispered Riddle, biting her lip. Kid hesitated for a moment, seemingly deep in thought.
It ain't about strength, it's about having a purpose, something to fight for. I will be praying for you.
Kid shot Riddle a look over her shoulders.
Great, maybe you can cross your fingers too.
We left the room. And I'm pretty sure we already saw the Einlancer. It's that dusty old sword back up in the, towards the atrium with the fountain. Yeah, because we want to head up. The dusty old sword was back in the clock tower storage room. Took passage towards stairs leading upwards. I need to go towards the terrace, because I'm pretty sure that's over on the other side. Yep, clock tower. I want to go in here.
In we go.
The room was completely silent, and there was no sign of life.
There it is. Our ticket for not getting turned into mincemeat.
The ancient sword was right where Kid had left it after pulling it from the pile of junk. She ran over to where it lay. Looking down at the sword, Maggle muttered, 2 ancient blades, the sacred Einlanzer and the cursed Masamune.
What are you on about, Mag? You know something about this Master Mune?
Okay, that's amusing this is probably where they actually pulled the name Master Mune because that is what you turn it into in Chrono Cross. Or that's what you turn your weapon into in the end. Maggle said nothing.
It seems to mean something to you.
It does.
Uh-huh. Something to do with old friends I don't know about?
Not exactly. I mean, yeah, Frog wasn't really an old friend. He did try to murder Magus with it. Yeah, if you haven't figured it out by now, Maggle is Magus. Did try to murder him with the Masamune and Trigger, though.
An enemy, then?
Not exactly.
You're being weird, Mag.
Well, what?
Well, whatever. Oi, numbnuts, grab this thing for me, will ya?
I was standing by the doorway when Kid called over to me. Who, me?
Yeah, you. Or are you gonna make me lug this bloody thing around the place? I'm just a scrawny little girl, ain't I? Call yourself a gentleman?
Scrawny little... My jaw dropped. I knew there wasn't anything I could say to her. Silently, I walked over to Kid and picked up the sword like I was told. Whoa! I nearly fell over. That thing was heavy.
Good boy. Now, right, onto the Chamber of Death. Eyes on the prize, lads.
Dragging the sword behind me, I followed Kid out of the room. The door led back to the corridor, which stretched off left and right. To the right, because I do not want to go back to the terrace yet. We continued on. head on inside now that we have the Einlanzer.
Now, this place just as creepy as I remember. Lovely,
grumbled Kid. She was looking at the stains on the wall. The ceiling had been pulled back up, but that was no reason to believe it might not come grinding down again at any moment. Bearing in mind what Riddle had told us the room was called, it definitely wasn't somewhere we wanted to linger. Quickly, hissed Maggle before crouching down and examining the ground for clues. Kid and I crouched down too. What were we looking for, though? What could the old man have left in this room that would help us bring him back to reality? The flagstones of the floor were smeared with a black, gooey substance that gave off an odd, rotten aroma. I shook my head, trying to drive off an uncomfortable thought from my mind. Kid saw me and clearly wasn't doing much better herself. She slowly turned, positioning herself so that she was facing away from the stains on the wall. There was no point in thinking like that. I just had to try. But then the door slammed shut and the gears ground into life.
Here we bloody go again!
We have to stop it. If we don't deal with that trap, we'll never find what we're looking for. Hi, Death Ceiling. The ceiling sank lower and lower. We ducked our heads, desperately trying to avoid the blades that jutted out from the bottom. Kid looked at me and screamed,
"The sword! Use the Einlanzer!"
What? How do you use the sword? Plunge the sword into Kid! I'm going to say plunge it into the ground. There! I drove the sword into the floor with all my might. A shock ran through the room. Beams of light scattered from the blade, covering the floor and walls, and then racing upwards. The ceiling gave an almighty judder and then stopped. We made it! I sank to the floor helplessly, my heart racing.
Hey, what's that?
Kid was pointing at part of the wall. It was where we'd seen the message written in blood.
Guess we found what we were looking for.
Part of the wall had collapsed, revealing a cavity behind what had looked like a piece of solid stone. Inside, I could see something glinting faintly in the darkness. Kid reached in with her fingertips, carefully extracting whatever it was from within. It was a slender ring with a delicately engraved design that looked like overlapping ferns. The ring was adorned with several small rubies in a pattern that resembled a bunch of grapes. The crest of Acacia. This must be an Acacian signet. Kid put the ring on her middle finger where it sat uneasily. It didn't seem to be her size. The rubies gave off an eerie glint.
Right, let's not spend any more time in here than we have to.
We'd managed to foil the trap and retrieve the Acacian signet. I left the Einlanzer where it stood, and we exited the room. Time to head all the way back into the dungeon. No. Continue onwards. Continue onwards. Let's go out to the terrace and talk to people. And also, let's make a save. Return to the quiet terrace overlooking. And then I talk to Kid.
Alright, Serge. You finally started to learn.
I guess people really can change. We should go back inside. Yeah, we went back in. For some reason, I thought that last time gave me a sense of how injured we were, but I guess I might be remembering wrong. Head down the stairs. Towards the atrium. We pressed onwards. So much backtracking. Kid stopped in her track, signaling to us with a hand behind her back. She drew her knife and stared into the darkness. We heard the clinking of metal from just up ahead. Goblin guards. It wasn't likely that there'd be anyone else going for a nighttime stroll around the manor wearing armor. I suggested a tactical retreat.
Tactical retreat? How about tactical boot up the arse instead? Look, you're never going to get good at thieving if you keep acting like a bloody chicken.
Having rejected my suggestion, Kid seemed to take great pleasure in putting the boot in for good measure.
They won't know what hit them,
she shouted, leaping into battle. Caught on the back foot, I fumbled with my knife. There were 5. Oh, great, 5 of them again. They weren't ordinary goblins, though. Having been well looked after in this palatial manor, they'd grown to be even bigger than Maggle. Each of them was carrying the manor's goblin's trademark, a morning star consisting of a rod and heavy spiked iron ball on chain. Or wait, is it a flail? I never could remember, and I didn't have time to think much more about it. Goblin came rushing at me, swinging, ball and chain overhead. I'm going to just charge in with him. I held out my knife in front of me in an attempt to parry the attack, somehow. Suddenly, the goblin disappeared. I looked to the side to see it buried in the wall, arms and legs akimbo.
Did you really expect to stop a Morningstar with only a knife?
Your stupidity will get you killed, shouted Maggle, turning to face down 2 more of the goblins. Grab its weapon and finish it off. I grabbed the Morningstar with both hands and swung it down with all my might. Wham! There's a dull thud as the iron ball crashed into the goblin's helmet. It wouldn't be getting up again anytime soon. I looked at Kid. Kid was squaring off against 2 of the goblins. Their dull, lumbering attacks couldn't touch her as she deftly sidestepped each and every one, striking back nimbly with a knife held in both hands. That was Kid's style. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. But stings made for tough going against enemies that can really take a beating. Both goblins were covered in cuts, but their attacks were as powerful as ever. I rushed in to help Kid deal with one of them. The enemy hadn't noticed me yet. I took my time and chose my target. I attacked it with the Morningstar I picked up. I gripped the Morningstar with both hands and swung it with all the strength I could summon. Wham! There's a dull thud as the spiked iron ball crashed into the goblin's helmet. It should have knocked the creature clean out, but it was still standing. The goblin turned around, its own Morningstar dangling from its hand. Its eyes were twinkling madly. I'm in for it now, I thought. But then its pupils rolled up into the back of its head, and it crashed lifelessly to the floor. I breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Are you okay, Kid? She wiped the blood off her knife, not saying a word in response. Then she sheathed it and took a step towards me. There's a terrifying look on her face. I was sure I was about to get another earful. She cast a glance at the goblin on the floor. The iron ball was deeply embedded in its skull.
Blimey, that must have hurt,
she muttered. Then she looked back at me.
Never used a Morningstar before, have you? Could have just as easily knocked your own block off swinging it around willy-nilly like that. Be more careful next time, all right? I thought she was going to yell at me like usual, but there was something almost nice about the way she was telling me off. Thanks, I said, Thanks, she said, softly into my ear, and I felt something warm and soft on my cheek. Yeah, no, Maggle can definitely handle himself. He took, I think, like 3 of them out last time on his own. I was starting to feel a little worse for wear. I was going to have to be a little more careful. Okay, I'm still badly injured. At least we didn't take any extra damage that time. We went through until we continued to fork at the road. We went to left, towards the dungeon. Hey, guy who I'm 90% sure is Radius. Having retrieved the Acacian signet, we returned to the old man's cell. As soon as we got there, Maggle took a step forward and grabbed onto the bars. They creaked and groaned as he heaved at them, gritting his teeth as he summoned every ounce of his might. Slowly, they bowed up. Holy!
Magus, you are stronger than I thought if you are managing to bend these iron bars. He stepped into the cell through the gap, and Kid and I followed. The old man was exactly as we had left him, staring into space and muttering meaningless words. Kid walked over to him and crouched down. She grabbed him by the collar and yelled at him, "Wakey, wakey, Granddad! I got a few questions for you. Here, get an eyeful of this. Ring any bells? Kid waved the Casian signet in his face, shaking him roughly all the while. The old man's head lolled and he limply allowed himself to be manhandled. I stepped in between them and tried to stop her. I tried to get in between Kid and the old man. She glared at me. "You're in the way, Serge. We're here for answers, remember?" But if you really want to help him, you can't chicken out now. But look at him. There's no helping him anymore, surely? This all ended for him long ago. I would not be so certain. This is not over. It still means something. He has simply decided to pretend not to see it. Yeah, but it's not over, you say? I'm sorry. It's not over. Excuse me. It's not over, you say? Struck by the old man's sudden interruption, we all turned to look at him. A faint glimmer of light had returned to his once vacant eyes. That's right. None of this is over until we make Lynx pay. His eyes began to cloud over once more. Sir, my former allies have finally come for me. I'm to blame. It's because of my indiscretion that the frozen flame was stolen, that all the Casian Dragoons, and that of all the Casian Dragoons, only I remain here in the manor. But all is well, for you have returned. Oh, Mergid, Zornda, where have you been all this time? Did you all return to Lake Stork? Never mind that, Granddad. Where's the frozen flame? Give us a clue. Anything. Come on, out with it. I couldn't decide if Kid sounded more annoyed or more desperate. A frozen flame? The old man looked momentarily confused, and then a wan smile crossed his face. My word, Lady Riddle, it's been far too long since I last had the pleasure. Why, you only need to turn the third candlestick from the left as you enter the main hall. That will open the underground vault, as you know. Kid wrapped her arm around the old man and held him tight. And then, in a trembling voice, she whispered, I'm sorry. I promise, we'll get it back. Gah! The old man recoiled in horror and then began to sob once more. I'm to blame. It's my fault. Forgive me. Look, if you want to get out here, now's your chance. But it was no use. He was too busy cowering and wailing to hear me. Oh, that was us. Okay. We're done here, Serge. We can't help him, and there's things we need to be doing. Thank you, I whispered to the old man before following Kid and Maggle out of the dungeon. Yeah, so we learned a thing, but it didn't really help. Yes, it does help us, but it doesn't help him. We continued onwards, and then upwards, and then leftwards, I think? Yeah, I think it's up and then left. Man, we have definitely been in here a long time, I think. We continued onward. This was the main hall of the manor. We went inside. Looks like the coast is clear. Dozens of candles provided a dim, flickering light, sending the corners of the room dancing in and out of shadow. The hall was filled with a heavy silence, a silence unbroken save the large clock that slowly counted the passage of time, as if waiting for something.
There, candlestick from the left, whispered Kid. 1, 2, 3. There.
She reached out towards it. I held my breath as I watched.
Say your prayers, Lynx. We're coming for you.
Kid turned the candlestick. The room trembled with a sudden, rhythmic rumbling sound, as if a massive gear was turning. What's that? For a moment, I felt a strange sensation, as if I was floating. Do you feel that? I started to stagger. The entire room seems to be moving downwards, came the reply from Maggle. I couldn't quite believe it, but I also couldn't deny the feeling of downward motion. The main hall was sinking into the earth. And then another rumble. The room's descent rapidly accelerated. A cold sweat dripped from my back. My heart filled with a mixture of fear and anticipation. What was waiting for us down there? The frozen flame, our prize at the end of this little adventure. But what was it, really? Would it live up to our expectations? I tightened my fists, which were slick with sweat. What were Kid and Maggle thinking? The room remained veiled in silence. I don't know, the gear rumbling is probably not silence. Oh, it's this song again. As if in response to my thoughts, a quiet voice came from next to me.
Sometimes
It was Kid. I looked over to see her standing stiffly, staring forward with her hands clenched into fists.
Sometimes I feel like I'm stuck in a losing battle. A fight I'll never win, no matter what I do.
It was a side of her I'd never witnessed before. Even from this angle, I could see fear and doubt flickering across her face. I felt a tender sting in my heart. What are you fighting? What are you fighting against?
Good question.
Oh! It has the laws in it! Oh, I'm so glad it has that.
Good question. Fate, maybe? Life, even. I'm not sure I can put my finger on it exactly. It ain't Lynx. I mean, sure, I'm here to fight him, but that's different. It ain't clear cut like that. I feel there's another me inside me. One that's just sitting there, looking out at how empty and pointless everything I do is. That's the best way I can describe it, anyhow. Listen to me. Load of bloody nonsense, eh?
She mouthed ruefully. I didn't know exactly what she meant, but felt... Kitty. Come on, Guile. You're not allowed up here. But felt like I knew broadly what she was getting at. She may have talked tough, but underneath it all, she felt fear and uncertainty, just like the rest of us. I mean, that was no great revelation in and of itself, but hearing her say it out loud gave me a strange sense of relief. I stole another sidelong glance at her. Her expression was different, more mature somehow.
Sorry, mate. You didn't need to hear that. Not exactly me trademark brand of carefree ranter, eh?
She stuck out her tongue. Normal service had been resumed. Or so it seemed for a second.
Thanks, Serge. And you too, Mag,
she said, suddenly serious again.
Couldn't have made it this far without you both. Listen, if we don't... After this, I mean, if we don't get another chance to...
Huh?
You know what? Forget it.
She closed her eyes and forced a smile. I wasn't sure how to respond. So true to form, I just stared at her some more. I could have sworn I caught a flicker of a grin across Maggle's face too. He was standing just at the edge of my field of vision, arms crossed and eyes closed. But maybe it was just my imagination. A contemplative silence descended as the hall continued its journey down into the bowels of the manor. A crash split the silence, as if we'd collided with something. A sound of metallic scraping filled the air. The room rocked and finally came to a halt.
Looks like the end of the line. All change.
The swelling grandeur of the organ suddenly filled the air. No one had so much as touched it, yet the keys and pedals were moving by themselves. The melody it played was both unsettling and sad.
Funeral tomb, is it? Way to greet your guests.
Kid took a long stride forward and then turned to face me and Maggle.
Come on, let's go.
Maggle and I gently nodded our assent. Kid grinned and then turned back to the door.
I'm coming for you, Lynx. This is the end for you.
And with that, she led us from the hall. We continued down a long, dark corridor, the walls slick with condensation. We can't press triangle to save, okay. Yeah, I still can't save, alright. The air was thick and heavy, as though ripe with the stench of death. Were we really getting close to Lynx's hidden vault at last? And was there any turning back now, for any of us? There was something strange about Kid that night. Maggle didn't seem to be his usual self either. To begin with, it was vanishingly rare for him to speak so much, let alone show any kind of emotion. What happened to make them change like that? Unable to take the silence anymore, I decided to speak. I had to ask the question that had been on my mind all this time. What is the frozen flame? Actually, you know what? And I still can't save here. Alright, you know what? Let's go with the why.
Hey, Kid, why do you want...
Why am I doing Kid's voice for me? Hey, Kid, why do you want the frozen flame so badly? All I got in reply was the cold echo of her footfalls. I should have known. She didn't like to talk about her reasons for doing things. After all, it was a topic that was likely to lead to the discussion of her past. But then she spoke, though it was almost a whisper.
I'm doing it for Sis. Before she died, she told me to find the frozen flame and bury it.
Bury it where?
Her old mate's grave.
Kid looked at her feet as she walked.
She wasn't my real sister, but she was as good as family to me. When she took me in, I was bloody helpless. Couldn't remember a thing, and I was barely old enough to survive on my own. She didn't go into much detail about who her mate was. Best I can remember is that I needed to find the grave. I'm sorry, this is still her talking. She didn't go much into detail about who her mate was. Best I can remember is that I needed to find the grave of a guy who married another mate of hers and died not long after. She said that's where the frozen flame should be laid to rest, or something like that. To be honest, I wasn't paying much attention at the time. It's not like I could have known what was about to happen. When she disappeared, I realized she wasn't coming back, though. I swore I'd make good on what she asked me to do. I'd nab the frozen flame and from that rat bastard Lynx and get my revenge.
Kid's eyes almost seemed to glow with heat in the cold night air.
I'll make him pay for everything he's done, no matter what it takes, even if it kills me.
And then she fell silent. Sorry, Kid. I didn't mean to bring up something so painful. There was a pause before she replied.
Nah, you're alright. I should have said something sooner, before I roped you into this. Sorry.
Silence reigned supreme as I fumbled around to try and find something to say in reply. But all that filled the darkness of the corridor was the sound of yet more footsteps. Suddenly, Maggle stopped in his tracks. Wait!
Huh?
Kid turned around, puzzled. Just then, a powerful light surged across the floor, and a ring-shaped sigil appeared. Damn it! A blood circle! Kid and Maggle were at least quick enough to try to jump clear, but they weren't quite quick enough. The three of us were trapped in a circle of blinding light. Man, Serge, you look real different wearing a hood. The sigil rotated left and right with us at the center, cutting off all routes of escape.
Gah! We're trapped!
A wall of heat and wind blew up around us. and swirling lines and spirals of light assailed us wherever we turned. Don't let the light mesmerize you! Cover your eyes! Shouted Maggle, raising a hand over his mask. Turn with the light, not against it. There has to be a way out.
What? I barely even understand what's going on.
Kid's elbow brushed against the wall of light surrounding us, sending sparks flying.
Eh.
Be careful. Merely to touch it is more than enough to harm you. Stay back! I slowly turned my body to follow the movements of the ring of light, looking for a gap to escape through. I think it is right, left, right, so I turned right 3 times. 3 steps to the right. There, I see it. That's our way through. I found a gap in the wall of light and carefully walked through it. Kid, Maggle, this way. We managed to get through the barrier unscathed, but we weren't out of the woods yet. There's another wall of light swirling with great wind in front of us. I slowly turned my body to follow the movements of the ring of light, looking for a gap to escape through. Well, the next thing was left twice. 2 steps to the left. There, I see it. That's our way through. Found a gap. And now next is 3 to the right. I'm very glad we talked to that hippogriff. Or griffin, whatever it was. We went right 3 times. What? No, that's correct. We made it through one of the barriers. What? I thought it was right, left, right. Suddenly, my body felt light, and I staggered 2 or 3 steps forward. We were back in the deserted passageway we'd been walking down before the blood circle had appeared. Maybe I remembered wrong. I'll have to check later, I guess. We were back in the passageway we were walking before the blood circle appeared. The sigil had vanished from the floor, and everything was silent, as if nothing had ever been amiss. And then I looked up.
Looks like we finally made it, boys.
Kid strolled up to the door with a wicked grin on her face.
The true frozen flame
awaits. Maggle's eyes gave a glint from behind his mask, like glass catching the moonlight in the darkness of night.
Let's go!
Kid reached for the handle.
So, this is the place, huh?
Kid narrowed her eyes, straining to see our surroundings in the darkness. A vast, pitch-black expanse surrounded us whichever way we looked. It was as if we'd entered an impossibly vast cave. We were in a place forgotten by time, unknown to the world, hidden deep within the bowels of night. A gentle crimson light hovered in the darkness. The frozen flame!
Alright, now it's ours!
The light of flame ebbed and waned gently, as if responding to Kid's voice. What the heck is this place? There's mountains of... I'm sorry, this is Kid.
What the heck is this place? There's mountains of bloody rubble everywhere!
Maggle took a step forward into the room and said in a whisper that was almost a groan, "No, it can't be." But it is. The ruins of the lost kingdom of mages. The voice drifted down through the darkness from above. Kid looked up in shock.
Lynx! I'll kick your flea-bitten arse so hard, you'll kiss the moon!
Kid pulled out her knife from her belt and threw it as hard as she could. It fell to the floor with a clang, as if knocked out of the air by some unseen hand. Still the same impetuous child as ever I see. That's no way to greet an old friend.
Smarmy bastard!
Kid gritted her teeth with rage. And you, Shadow Dweller, I'll have none of your tricks this time. You must think me a fool if you believe I'll fall for that again. Maggle, who had been quietly slipping into the darkness that surrounded us, stopped dead in his tracks. So, this was the infamous Lynx. the lord of this deadly manor, the man who had murdered the closest thing Kid had to a family, who assassinated General Viper and eradicated the Order of Acacia Dragoons. A pleasure as always, my dear Kid, and must I say, you followed the trail of breadcrumbs I laid for you admirably closely, my greedy little sneak thief.
What the bloody?
She stepped forward, bristling. Lynx narrowed his eyes, and his lips twisted into a snarl. You know what I want, Kid. Give me the stone you carry. The stone? Did Kid have some kind of jewel I didn't know about?
Heh. Don't know what you're on about, mate.
She just about managed to recover her composure, narrowing her eyes scornfully at her old foe. Spare me the act, child. I know you have it. I know she gave it to you. Hand over the time egg, now!
The what?
The what? Whatever it was, I'd never heard of it.
Hey, that's actually the thing that, Kid has in Cross.
You find out when you go and save her from the past. So, more things that apparently tied in that I did not realize.
You're dreaming if you think I'll give it to the likes of you,
Kid shot back.
It's all I have left of her. I'll never let go of it. Not for anyone, and definitely not for you. I'll tell you what's going to happen, you bastard. First, I'm going to take the frozen flame, and then I'm going to ram it down your throat.
Incorrigible young fool. I was hoping this might be a civilized exchange. Alas, seems my words will only fall on deaf ears, and you are determined to repeat your past errors. Lynx moved his hand to the grip of an ornate golden saber that hung from his belt. Last time, I showed you mercy and let you leave with your life. That was a mistake. One which I mean to correct.
Surge! Maggle! Stay back!
Kid took a step forward, glaring at Lynx, her gaze unflinching.
This ends here and now! You'll pay for what you've done! You'll pay for what you did to Luca!
With a scream, Kid leapt into the air like a bird taking flight. Her foot lashed out in a scything kick aimed right at the side of Lynx's head. But there was no contact. Where Lynx had been mere moments before, there's now only empty space. Kid landed and immediately launched herself back into the air, putting the full force of her momentum into another kick. This time, Lynx leaned back, letting Kid's foot swing past only a hair's breadth from his nose. It was then Lynx's turn. He lashed out with his saber, carving an arc through the air in front of him. Kid was ready for him, however, and had already jumped back to a safe distance. The two glared at each other from mere footsteps apart. At least you had decency to prepare a little better than last time, Lynx purred. A red line appeared on Kid's cheek, slowly coalescing into a drop of blood. Kid! In a flash, she launched herself into yet another attack. Lynx dodged to the side, then made to strike her with the hilt of his saber. Kid moved awkwardly to avoid the attack, losing her footing. And then, Lynx was on her like a bird of prey before she could fully recover. There's a gasp and a cough as Lynx drove his knee into the pit of her stomach. Kid collapsed. A steady stream of red dripped from her lips. Will that be all, girl? Lynx gave Kid a merciless kick to the side, sending her flying. She landed on a pile of rubble, her body rolling until she hit a large stone pillar, and there she lay, lifelessly still. Kid! Kid! I screamed her name as I charged towards Lynx, but Maggle was there already. He flew through the darkness, a part of the shadows, before crashing down on Lynx like a bolt from the blue. Lynx jumped back, and countless threads of light flew from his fingertips towards Maggle. With a drowning hum, the threads of light surrounded Maggle, crossing over one another. They spread to form a lasso of light that gave off a blinding glare and trapped Maggle where he stood. What is this? Maggle staggered and groaned, attempting to shield his eyes with his hands. It's a simple enough spell, my shadowy friend, for those inclined to learn it, and one which, sadly for you, leaves no darkness in which to hide. Lynx leered at Maggle with a venomous grin. You've been quite the thorn in my side. I'll let you live long enough to regret it. Maggle struggled and groaned. I had to do something. Kid and Maggle needed me, but what was I going to do? Challenge Lynx! Lynx had started making his way over to Kid's while I was paralyzed with indecision. What's the matter, kid? You were so bold only a moment ago. Are you going to keep me entertained? Lynx looked down his nose at Kid's broken body. Now, do you want to give me the time egg? We can still be civilized about this. I am, of course, a gentleman, and it pains me to have to seize a fair maiden's valuables by force. Even if the fair maiden in question is in fact a filthy street rat. He pressed his foot into Kid's head. I could hear her voice, faint and breathless.
It's Lucas Stone, not you, or not yours. I'll never give it to anyone, and no way will I give it to the likes of you.
I couldn't let him get any closer to her, but what was I going to do? Challenge! I charged at Lynx. I screamed as I rushed towards Kid's nemesis, and then, in one fluid motion, he spun around to face me, lashing out with his saber. I tried my best to dodge the blow, but the blade sliced into my body. Ah! I collapsed in a heap and rolled down onto the rubble. It was all over. I lay face down, clutching my wound. I could hear Kid groaning as I felt myself sinking into the bottomless darkness. And that was how I died. Now, real question. How long ago did I make that safety save? Looks like an hour ago. What was I last doing? I talked to... You seem hurt. Talk to Kid? Okay. Back into the manor. I think we were last going left. I think we last picked up the signet, right? I hope that's where we last saved. Where's the atrium? Press on. Yeah, it kind of is unfortunate that it just wouldn't let me save near the end there. Like, I guess I have to save right before I go down there. Towards the dungeon. We head inside. Alright, I'm going to let this auto-advance for a second. I will actually be right back. Or, yeah, I'm just going to let this auto-advance, and yeah, I will be right back. So, sorry everyone, short, BRB. I had to get myself some more water and deal with a few other things. In the meantime, since it stopped us at this decision, let's go with the one we didn't choose last time. I looked at Maggle in horror. Is this how we're going to break through his shell? Fear not. This approach is as good as any. But do we even have the right to drag this poor man back into reality like this? Hasn't he suffered enough? I'm prepared to do anything to achieve our goal. Maggle stared right through me with that ice-cold glaze. Ah, an Arcanian signet. The symbol of our vows, bestowed only upon sworn Arcadian dragoons. In a low voice, almost a moan, I spun around in surprise. His eyes began to cloud once more. So, my former allies have finally come for me. I'm to blame. Okay, and this is now the same thing. Did you return? Never mind. Give us a clue. Frozen flame. Hey, your riddle. Third candlestick from the left. Alright, now we need to go to the main hall, and before we actually go inside of it, we're saving. Because I couldn't save for some reason after. I am kind of sad I haven't found any other healing areas, though. Like, I got all the I think I may have gotten all the healing, like, back to back, which may have been a problem. Towards the stairs. I'm going to save right here, actually. Towards the main hall. Went inside. And I cannot save at this point. This is where I'm no longer allowed to save. Okay. And let me make sure of something. Yes, okay, good. Well, I'm just going to auto-advance text again. Because... Actually, no, I can hit it faster, can't I? Yeah, I can hit it a little bit faster. I do kind of wish there was a fast forward. Yep, no fast forward button. I do kind of wish there was a fast forward button for this like there was for the other one, but I guess there isn't because there are time choices. Well, you know what? Let's go with the other option this time. We'll win, I promise. There's nothing to worry about. Will win in the end, I promise.
Heh, Tronco.
She gave a gentle smile.
Can't promise anything in this world, Surge. There are no guarantees. But, thanks, anyway.
She grinned again, seeming a little embarrassed, and then looked me straight in the eye. And then I had the strangest sensation. This wasn't Kid. Or, not the only kid, anyway. I was overwhelmed by the inexplicable oddness of the idea. She noticed immediately, of course, and our little moment was over. The kid I knew was back in the room.
Trying to catch flies, mate.
Sorry. It's just that for a moment there, felt like you were someone else.
What are you on about?
Kid gave me a confused look, tilting her head. It must be because we're drawing near to the frozen flame. Maggle's voice, soft as ever, slipped unbidden from the shadows.
What the heck are you two on about?
Kid turned towards him with another puzzled frown.
There's another
self within you, struggling against the pull of the abyss. What had she been talking about? A crash split the silence as if we collided with something. And we're back with this organ music. Alright, I'm going to have it just auto-advance for a second because I need to check something quickly. Alright, there we go. I had to ask the question that's been all... Let's go with what is the frozen flame this time. Is the frozen flame really just a jewel? there was only silence in return. And then, when it seemed like no one would reply at all, Maggle spoke. His low voice echoed in the corridor. It is a sacred stone that cures all ills, heals all wounds, and grants eternal life. Or so some still believe. In truth, it's part of a tremendous rock that fell from the skies long, long ago. That rock was the source of hitherto unknown power with which mankind's hidden potential was unlocked. You could say that was humanity's dreams made manifest, but it's not always good to have one's dreams come true. Many were bewitched by that great power, some were led astray by it, even led a kingdom to ruin, a kingdom once prosperous, yet now little more than fragments and dust, its name lost to history. For a moment, I thought I heard a hint of pain and sadness in Maggle's voice, but maybe it was just my nerves. Wait, how do you know all this, Maggle? He said nothing. He only stared at me with his piercing dark eyes and then continued onward in silence. For a while, only sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor, and then Kid gave a doubtful humph.
Look, I don't know if all the stuff about the frozen flame is true or not. It's neither here nor there to me.
She raised a fist.
We're here to settle the score with Lynx by nicking the thing. That's all I know, and that's all I want to know.
What had Lynx seen in the frozen flame? Why had it been worth risking so much for? We trudged on down the dark passageway, each of us alone with our thoughts. Concentrating on my footsteps lessened the burden of my worries somewhat, and I felt a renewed vigor to a degree. Suddenly, Maggle stopped in his tracks. It's the blood seal. Let's see if I can get this correct this time. So that I don't take excess damage. So it was right 3. I know that much. Yep, don't touch it. We need to find the hole. So it is right 3 times. Then left twice. I turn left twice. And the last one should be right 3 times. Let me see if I selected the wrong thing last time. I must have selected the wrong thing last time? No, 3 steps to the right. It must be 3 steps to the left for the last one then. Yeah, I must just be remembering that wrong. Alright, now we need to go through all of this again. Because I am not allowed to save. Yep. Still throwing the knife. Still as impetuous as ever. I do enjoy, like, this Lynx actually looks really weird, actually. Now, the more I look at him compared to the other Lynx, but it looks like they did at least try to give him the same hat he wore. Though he's definitely wearing more white than the Lynx we know did. Then again, that's probably so that he actually stands out in this picture right here. Alright, you'll pay. And boss music? Yep, boss music. Which I'm kind of sad this wasn't in Cross at all. Now I need to go all the way to my first thing, whereas I think it's going to be... I need to go to one of them immediately. I can't just fight Lynx. This Surge is not as combat ready as Cross Surge is. Yep, no darkness to hide cage. I had to do something. But what was I going to do? Ran to Kid. Kid! I ran over to where she lay. She was flat out and still collapsed where she had fallen, and blood still ran from her mouth. Kid! Kid! Say something! I crouched down next to her, glancing at her face in a panic. She groaned, and then she began to stir, her face twisted with pain. Surge! It's okay, Kid. I'm here. How touching. Although I would be more concerned about my own well-being if I were you. The voice came from behind me. It felt as if ice water had been poured down my neck. I jumped to my feet and turned around. Lynx was looking down at me with a cold, emotionless stare. Any friend of Kid's is certainly no friend of mine. Forgive me, but I cannot permit you to leave this place alive. Before I realized it, his hand had shot out towards me. His claw-like fingers clamped around my throat. I couldn't breathe. Tightening his grip, Lynx lifted me bodily until my feet were dangling in the air. I could feel his talons mercilessly digging deeper and deeper into my neck. Panic filled my mind. Look, Kid. See your friend. See him suffer. This is your doing. This is your hand around his neck. Kid's breathing was ragged, and blood still dripped from her lips. Opening an eye, she groggily raised her head. But she couldn't get up. She didn't have the strength. Surge! Give me the time egg. Do you even know what it is? I suspect not. Think of it as a concentrated pocket of space. With the frozen flame and the time egg in hand, one can bend the fabric of space and time and rewrite the past. There are errors I mean to correct, mistakes in the past that must be set right. Lynx's narrow, emotionless eyes returned to my face. How long before he perishes, I wonder? I struggled to breathe, but could only make choking sounds. Kid screamed my name. Decide! Will you watch the boy die or relent? Does his life mean nothing to you? I can't! She balled her hands into fists and dropped her gaze. My vision started to fade. And then I heard her voice as she struggled to speak through the pain. I'm sorry, Surge, but I swore I'd sacrifice anything to stop Lynx. Give him the time egg. Just give him the time egg. I only managed to get the words out as I struggled to breathe. I wasn't ready to die yet. There are so many places left for me to explore. So many things I wanted to do. But I was starting to black out. Was this really how it was going to end? Remember, Old Crone said Kid would have to give up something precious to her to be able to beat Surge. I'm sorry, Surge. I'm so sorry. Kid's sob became more and more distant. I guess to her, the time egg was more precious, more irreplaceable. Kid, Is it going to be, and so that's how I died? No, it's different music. Hey, we got an ending. As I mentioned, there are different endings. I know this is not the ending I got, so I'm going to go back and try something different. It just means that we're going to have to auto-advance a lot. Also, enjoy the untranslated credits. Well, I take a sip. We are also still going to sit through this because it is an ending. If I end up getting another game over after this, this ending should still give us credit for the last thing that I absolutely want to do before I end stream today. So I'm still going to, basically I'm going to do the same options I did last with this when I next go through though. And it's just going to be, I'm not going to tell Kid to give up the time egg. I'm just going to say the don't worry about me, which will probably actually have her give up the time egg. And if that ends up killing me, then we'll just hopefully go see what should be the special thing I want to see. And I will figure out how to get proper endings of this on my own. Though I do want to get the better ending than, hey, Maggle and Kid live, Surge dies. Well, looks like the flock of bird. Yep, nope. Surge got choked to death by Lynx. Kid wouldn't give up the time egg. Also, welcome back, Bree. To be fair, this is... Oh, there we go. Kid, Le Trésor Intimate. Completed. There are 7 endings to this game. Also, to be fair, Bree, that was the second time Surge has died in my playthrough now. Okay, now let's resume. Yeah, I don't know how you get most of the endings. I'm just hoping I can get a better ending than that one with my current... I just hit we turned back, didn't I? I'm going to hope I can get a better ending than my current one. We turn back because we want to go through there. All right, we go inside. Yep, keep going, Kid. we've been through this 3 times now. Alright, I'm going to go with the other option instead of the what are you fighting instead of the will win. I like this one better because it gives you background. Alright, we're almost at the next part. Meanwhile, I'm trying to find out what is up with that blood circle, because I keep on doing what I thought the Griffin told me, and I keep getting hurt for the last one. Look, I like it because it gives plot. I also already read the plot, though. That's the thing, Bree. My only complaint with this game right now, in all honesty, is that as soon as you pull that candlestick, you can no longer save. And I would love to be able to save, like, right now. Also, one thing I forgot to point out when I actually last went through this was the grave of her mate who married another mate of theirs, and then died not long after. So again, sort of like is alluded to in Chrono Cross and in, I think, the secret ending of Chrono Trigger DS, Chrono and Marl get murdered. Chrono Trigger ended on a very happy note, and then every game afterwards has been no happiness. Alright, so I know it's not right 3 times, so I'm going to just try left 3 times. Right, left, right 3, left 2, and then the last one is not being what the Griffin told me. Alright, so we want to go right 3 times. Also, it does shuffle around where each of these options are, which is kind of neat. And also probably would have been really annoying for people trying to speedrun this. I turn left twice. I swear, I still say it was right, so I'm going to try right twice. It was right twice. Okay, I forgot the numbers. I thought it was 3-2-3. It was 3-2-2. But we got out with less damage this time. All right, back into what is, they don't say it, but is quite clearly remnants of zeal. Like, I'm wondering, is this like remnants of I guess I should say, is this remnants of Zeal, or more remnants of the Ocean Palace? Because, like, I'm kind of getting the feeling this might actually be the Ocean Palace. Again. Because that could be the Mammon machine right behind Link's, now that I think of it. Marmy Bastard, Shadow Dweller. A bit like that one area in the... that's fair, but that is pulled from the future, while this guy... Well, he's admittedly saying this is the Kingdom of Zeal. Then again, 2300 AD and Zeal kind of had very similar design aesthetics, didn't they? History repeats itself, always. I mean, yeah, we saw what happened in Evoland 2. Evoland 2, slight time shenanigans. Alright, now time for the awesome battle music that I am still sad is not in Cross. Alright, let's get to my option, please. While you send Kid flying into a heap of rubble. Yep, no, that perfect emote for this song. Like, this is a really good song, and as much as I enjoyed the Battle vs. Fate song, I kind of wish this was what they used instead. Or at least had this for one of your battles against Lynx. Alright, Maggle is caught in the Cage of Light. Yeah, challenging Lynx is a problem. It's alright, kid. I'm here. How touching. Although I'd be more concerned of my own well-being. And here we are, unable to breathe. Give me the timing. Okay, we're still there. Concentrated pocket of space. Decide, will you watch the boy die or relent? Does his life mean nothing to you? She bald, vision started to fade. Okay, this should be my choice coming up next. Don't worry about me this time. Don't worry about me. It was all I could do to force the words out past Lynx's icy grip. I was starting to black out. Was this really how it was going to end? For crying out loud! Fine! You win! Here, have your damn rock! Lynx's grip on my throat loosened. Groaning with pain, Kid reached a shaky hand into her shirt. I knew you would come around in the end. Lynx threw my body to the ground, then walked over towards her. Just shut up and take it, you bastard! It's all you deserve! With all the strength she could muster, Kid lashed out at Lynx with her right hand. Gah! He leapt back in a desperate attempt to evade the blow. But it was too late. Kid's nails, sharp as cat's claws, raked mercilessly into his face. Lynx roared with pain. He staggered, clutching his left eye. Blood oozed through the gaps in his fingers. You wretched little chit of a girl! Lynx stood awkwardly, clutching the wound on his face. The fingers of his free hand arched into furious talons as he walked back towards Kid, who still lay on the ground. I will kill you all! He kicked her hard, concentrating all his wrath and venom into the blow. Kid gasped, and all the wind was knocked out of her, yet more blood ran from her mouth as her body rolled across the floor. Kid! I yelled hoarsely, clutching my burning throat with one hand. Lynx turned his head slowly at me, one eye fixing on me coldly as it came into view. He took a step towards me. Yes, perhaps it would be better to start with you. My dear Kid, rest assured your friend's death will be a most elaborate and painful one. You will truly know what it means to suffer, boy. I will put you through the same suffering I did that Luca woman. Kid's body stirred with shock and horror. Her eyes slowly opened, fixing on Lynx. They were wild eyes, stained with the blood that poured from her brow. Gritting her teeth, she staggered to her feet. Lynx! Lynx! And then an explosion of light burst forth from the frozen flame. Another light began to form somewhere near Kid's chest, resonating with the light from the frozen flame. The twin lights entwined, twirling slowly upward. As it rose, the golden spiral spread. No, this can't be! Lynx stood, motionless, transfixed by the spectacle. Was this the Time Egg's power? Kid screamed, and as the raging blaze of light engulfed her. I'll never let you do it again! I'll never let you steal from me again! Bathed in the glow, her body shook. Blood-red tears dripped from her eyes as they took on a distant look. And then she collapsed to the ground as if all the life had gone out of her. I heard a voice. It was quiet and still, like the evening. It has come to pass. Kid is retracing her lost memories back through time, back to the Lost Kingdom. It was through her power that the kingdom fell, that it was swallowed in the all-encompassing vortex of time. In her grief, she wished to disappear. Her past, her future. She wanted it all to sink into the void, to be lost in the seething whirl of time. She despised what she had done. She closed herself off from all that she saw and heard and cursed her very existence. But the stone wished for her to live. The hands of her clock were rewound, her memories unraveled. The stone gave her a chance to begin again. The stone had both the power and the will to bring all this about. Sinking through the sea of time, she drifted here, a mere babe, her memories a blank slate. The time egg shattered, its fragments raining down on the world, becoming shards of sorrow and anguish. The world around us drifted into pieces. It swallowed us, engulfed us. We were consumed, locked into the void. And then a girl's scream echoed in the darkness. That voice, was it Kid? It sounded just like... No. This is all wrong. The black vortex. It surrounds us. No! Stop! I'm assuming that's Lynx. Where am I? I have lost everything, and now I can but wander. Look at the T-Rex in the background. World drifts, and time is a blur. There's only an endless, unknowable scene. This is where time begins and ends. This is where all life finds peace. We're at the end of time? I see myself as a baby, cry next to my mother, an exhausted yet proud look upon her face. I see myself aged and wizened, waiting to succumb to death's embrace with a smile. I see countless incarnations of myself, walking time's intricate corridors as ghosts. This is a place where countless worlds overlap and infinite dreams play out. If only I could rest here for eternity. If only I could free myself of all my burdens and sleep here. It's auto-advancing on me again, but I hear it calling to me. I hear the song. We hear the music box. Kid! Kid, please! Can you hear me? Kid! I'm assuming that's Surge yelling right there. Kid, say something! Kid, you've got to stay with me! Who's that? Who's calling me? Surge? Where am I? Kid! Kid, you're awake! I heard a song. It was beautiful. It was that song that Luca loved. Kid closed her eyes, and her face glowed with a warm smile. I'll never forget that song. It makes me want to cry whenever I hear it. I'm just glad you're back. It felt like I was losing you. Like you were going somewhere far, far away. Before I knew it, I was humming the song for you. I don't know if I ever mentioned it, but I wrote it when I first started out as a musician. I knew you liked it, so... Okay, how old is Surge then? Kid gave a gentle nod. It was you. You were the one who called me back. That was you calling me name. Thanks, Surge. It's okay. It's okay now. I'm back. Suddenly, she gasped with pain. Yeah, no, like, he must be, like, in his mid-20s in this, I think. Lynx's saber had plunged deep into her right shoulder. And towering over us was Lynx himself! I told you, kid! I told you I would kill you! She had no strength left to fight. What should I do? Tackle Lynx! Damn you! I charged him with all the strength I had left. That's quite enough, brat. Lynx lashed out at me with his saber. Arrgh! I staggered and collapsed to the ground. But what about Kid? Was she okay? I looked desperately around to find her, my eyes clouded with pain. Alas, your time has come. He raised his saber high, preparing to strike. Enough! Stunned, we looked towards the intruder. You! There stood an old crone, her wizened features obscured by a heavy hood. How had she made it all the way down here? Lady Vera, and what have we done to bring Pori's Magister General running, I wonder? He growled. It's been far too long, Lord Lynx. A pity that I seem not to have caught you at your best. The crone met Lynx's mad stare head on. I will take the frozen flame. After all, seems you two have been quite unable to decide which you should have it. She raised a hand and armed soldiers poured into the room. Maggle lifted Kid to her feet. This seems like a good time to leave. Lynx snarled. You'll regret this, witch! He kicked off from the floor and his... Hey, Smoothie! Thanks very much for the raid. You ended up reaching us right near what I think is one of the endings of Radical Dreamers. Emmett Belch? I'm going to assume you had something weird happen with Emmett Silk as you were doing New Game Plus then. But greetings, everybody. I'm a VTuber. I'm currently going through Radical Dreamers. And yeah, like I said, we are right near the end. So, well, I think we're near the end. Hopefully I don't have a choice that has it be, and then that's how I died again. Then he turns his venomous glare on us. And you, kid, you'll pay for this with your life soon enough. You'll never be safe from me. With that, he disappeared like a puff of smoke. The crone lingered for a moment, her eyes resting on us.
Kid, if you wish to steal the frozen flame again, you're welcome to try anytime you please. We'll be waiting. But you'll have to get out of here alive first.
The soldiers drew their weapons and fell upon us. Darkness, heed my call. With Kid slumped up against him, Maggle spread his arms and drew a sigil in the air. Hurry, Surge! This way! I grabbed onto him and we plunged into blackness. He clearly just used PK teleport. Thanks to Maggle's magic, we managed to escape the manor alive. But the lights of torches dotted the forest, and we could hear soldiers calling to one another. We stopped briefly in the darkness of the woods, and Kid leaned heavily on a tree, desperate to try to quiet her ragged breathing. It was a terrible wound she'd suffered, and it seemed to be taking its toll. Are you okay, Kid?
Yeah, don't worry about me, mate.
We're surrounded. It won't be long before they find us, said Maggle, his eyes cautiously scanning the area. Kid raised her head to look at me.
It's me and Maggle they want. Get out of here, Surge. It's us they want, not you.
What are you saying? I'm not leaving you here. Look at you. You can barely stand.
It's nothing I can't handle. And besides, I've got Maggle with me.
If they catch you with us, they won't go easy on you.
But I remembered everything. I remembered another me. A me from a long time ago.
Slowly, Kid averted her gaze, looking up at the night sky.
I have to go.
The stars reflected in her eyes, and suddenly she looked like nothing more than an ordinary young girl with a sad, distant expression on her face.
Kid! Don't worry, Surge. I'm okay. We'll meet again.
Kid smiled.
We'll meet again, somewhere, someday, sometime. Promise.
Her eyes closed gently.
I didn't manage to nick the frozen flame in the end, and I lost the time egg too. Only thing I had left to Lucas. But it's okay. Everything's going to be okay. There's something inside me that shines brighter than any stupid jewel. The most important thing in the world.
She opened her eyes again and fixed them on me. I could have lost myself in their depths forever.
No one can take it from me, not for as long as I live.
There's nothing else in the world I wanted but this. I doubted I'd ever want anything again. I only wanted this moment. All the clocks in the world could have stopped right then and there for all I cared. And that was exactly what I wished for as I gazed at her.
Goodbye, Surge. And thanks.
She looked down, then turned away and disappeared into the darkness of the night. Would I ever see her again?
Kid!
Kid!
Don't follow me, Surge. Please, just don't.
I strained to try to catch a glimpse of her as the last traces of her shadow vanished towards a place I might not reach again.
I've got a cat on the desk. He's not allowed up here.
No, Kid! I leapt to my feet, meaning to chase after her, but a shadow soon blocked my path. Maggle? Guile? I mean, yes, Maggle is Guile, but I mean Guile my cat. It goes without saying a word. He slowly shook his head. Behind the mask, I saw a sadness in his eyes. Then the shadow withdrew, melted into the darkness. Maggle! Kid! Wait! Don't leave me! I screamed into the night, but there was no reply. The black silence swallowed my cries. Kid! Kid! He's just going to keep on walking up and now pushing stuff off. And so ends another tale. Perhaps one day I'll see Kid, Maggle, and Riddle again. One day. Somewhere at another time in another world. Perhaps none of us will even realize it. But that's a story for another day. For now, I must put down my pen. I closed my grandfather's diary. And then, from downstairs, I heard my mother calling. "Did you hear me? Your friend's here." Nimble footsteps charged up the stairs. The door flew open. In tumbled young girl who somehow seemed familiar. "Hey, Serge! It's a beautiful day for adventuring. I found a rundown old manor off in the woods to the north. Want to go exploring? Come on, put that book down and let's get out there." So I'm guessing this is the canon ending to this game, based off of the way that it's actually ending. Well, let's go through the credits again to see which ending number we got. And then, after these credits are done, I'm going to go ahead and try to get the secret ending to Chrono Cross The Radical Dreamers Edition. Because I've beaten Chrono Cross, and now I've definitely beaten Radical Dreamers. Yeah, so this is a weird thing. It's simultaneously a sequel to Chrono Trigger, prequel to Chrono Cross, and also a game that has absolutely nothing to do with any of them. Because once they made Cross, they kind of wrote this game out of continuity, but they also show nods to it by mentioning of how, yeah, there's just a multitude of other universes caused by what you did in Chrono Trigger, and this is just being alluded to as possibly being one of them. Also, you have to remember, this came out in '96 on the SNES through the Satellaview. So, it was a very, very different game very different style of game for the SNES at the time, and I think also very different style of game from what Square has generally made. I don't think they generally make this. You could either call it a text-based adventure, or you can call it a visual novel. It is both. I lean more towards towards a text-based adventure, because even though you do have some background images, you have even less imagery in this than you do with a typical background knowledge. But yeah, this also tells you a lot of things that just ended up happening in Cross, such as they highly allude to here. They never came out outright and said it, but they highly alluded to here that Kid is Scala. They ended up changing that a little bit in Cross by making Kid Scala's clone daughter, as they put it. Magus is Guile. Surge is here, but he's a bard and also 10 years older than Kid is. And I think with the end, yep, with that last Guile. Okay, you can be here, Kitty. You can be here. Yep, there we go. There is our Finn. All three of us are alive this time. Now, what ending number did I get? I didn't get a new ending. Okay. That's strange. Whatever. We got that ending, though, so now it is time to swap things over. Quit this game. And time to bring this up the launcher. Because the way we're supposed to get the secret ending after we've beaten both is just sit through the credits. So here are the credits for the Radical Dreamers edition. And enjoy the frozen flame menacing in the background. And I cannot skip this. You guys aren't seeing this. Okay, hold on. Properties. There we go. Now you can see it. Okay, all the other endings are premature. Fair enough. Oh, a violin solo of the sad song? Oh, they had to hit me with this, didn't they? Why'd they have to hit me with the sad song? Fair enough. I'd say I got the better real ending this time, because, you know, Surge lived. Also, I do hate how this credits, even though it's in, for me, it's in the same exact window as the launcher, but I didn't realize it was a separate thing. I'm glad I looked over to the stream to see that. Admittedly, I'm wondering if when I played the fan translated version 2 decades ago, if I ended up getting that first bad ending, whereas Surge just dies, and I thought that was the only ending because I didn't realize there were possibly other endings in this game. Oh man, that was actually more than 2 decades ago puts it actually at the right time frame. That puts me in high school. That puts me back in like early high school, which is when I probably would have found the fan translation of this. Well, of Radical Dreamers. Because I know I played Radical Dreamers before I finally got a PlayStation. And while we have these credits, I am slowly pacifying Guile by giving him neck scritches. Because I think that's all he wanted, was head and neck scritches. You think that was... you think what was the other ending, Smoothie? Okay, I'm glad the song is no longer on the super sad one, it seems, and like they're actually progressing to other songs. So I'm not sure what this one is yet. Oh, fair enough. Alright, so that song's over. Are we getting a second song? Yes, we are. One of the songs that it keeps on playing half the time when I load up the launcher. Alright. Well, apparently Kitty's done with me now. He got his neck scritches and now he's done with me. At some point, I need to see if I can actually find... I think they did remixes of every single song in Chrono Cross. And I need to see if I can actually find that just to listen to all of them. Oh, there we go. Now he's on the ottoman, and now he's just going to fall asleep using my ankle as a pillow. Whatever, at least I placated him. This is an interesting version of the demo video song, though. I kind of like it. Though I kind of wish there was something more than just the frozen flame staring into my soul. GAS, Sales and Marketing. I don't know what GAS stands for, though. But we're up to European merchandising. Okay, there's a thing here that says tabletop games that makes me kind of wish that there was actually a tabletop Chrono game in some way. Also, how is the volume of this? Because it feels like the song's getting a little loud now. Alright, let me swap this down just a tiny bit. Hopefully that helps a little. And of course, as I do that, it's finally reached the end as well, so I might as well just put it right back to about where it was. Alright, here we go. The time was near, the final battle awaited. There, alone in the shadows, the man lingered. His partners, a young man and a young woman, had already made their preparations and were waiting for him at the place they had agreed upon. Their foe was a fearsome opponent indeed. Would the three of them be able to defeat him? There's only one way to find out. All the better. What fun is a battle whose outcome is all but certain? The The man reached a hand into his mask, silver and unembellished, save for a few subtle details. It had been many long years since he last revealed his face. Did he wear the mask to hide himself from others, or did he wear it to hide from himself? Enough time had passed that not even he was sure anymore. But it didn't matter now. The end was coming, an end to everything. Soon, his long days of wandering would be over. So too would the girl's ill-fated, fleeting existence. How many years had passed? How many centuries? How much love and prayer? How much hatred and rancor? How much despair and resignation had slowly and silently fallen over him, piling up like snow. On that fated day, long, long ago, everything that he was had vanished, faded away into nothingness, without so much as a whimper. There was nothing he could have done to stop it, but one memory stayed with him, even after everything else fell away. One unforgettable image. That kingdom of winds forever lost. Those blessed days in paradise above the clouds. And that face, her gentle, bittersweet smile. Perhaps his time behind the mask was coming to an end. His icy gaze seemed to thaw for a moment, and then he sprang into action. The moonlight flashed across the mask's surface. His silvery hair followed behind him, reaching out like the tail of a comet. The time has come, O fated star. The king has returned. And with that, he vanished into the darkness. Though a life may end, a story lives on. Not forever, perhaps, but... Bree, I know why you're vibrating right now. What's eternity compared to this moment in time? Been. So, for those who aren't aware, that right there was basically talking again about Maggle, Guile, Magus, and trying to do a little bit more connection, I think, for the for the DS special ending to make things flow better with Chrono Cross even more. But with that, we are now actually finally done with Chrono Cross.